I had already made my peace with dying alone when she fell into my life. For years my world had been reduced to a narrow circle, a crooked hut on piles above black water, a strip of rotten planks for a pier, a half-sunk boat, a handful of bog paths only I dared to use. The reed beds knew my footsteps. The frogs, I sometimes thought, knew my cough. Men had stopped seeking me long ago, which suited us both, me and the world. I had said too much in my youth, and so they had thrown me away in my old age. A fair bargain. That morning the mist lay low and heavy over Periplot, a dirty wool blanket pressed onto the marsh. The cold got into my bones in that particular way only autumn can manage, as if the year itself were tired of pretending things might improve. I was checking the snares I kept along the drier hummocks, my staff prodding the ground ahead of every step. In the swamp you never assume anything is solid. Everything can give way. It is a lesson age teaches as well. I remember thinking, with that sour amusement that comes so easily when one is old, that the world beyond the marshes was probably on fire again. Kings dying, banners changing, clerks rewriting dates on decrees, the usual. Once I would have argued about it in universities and courts. Now I fed eels and spoke to myself. Both occupations produced more honest replies. That was when I heard the horse. At first it was only a dull, irregular sound, drowned by the croaking and the whisper of reeds. Something heavy, trying to move where it should not. The bog has a particular way of protesting large animals. The mud smacks and sucks like lips. I stopped, head tilted, counting the pauses. It was not a local cart pony or one of the half-wild mares that sometimes grazed at the edges of the marsh. This was a warhorse, or had been, before exhaustion turned its steps into stumbling. "Idiot," I muttered, though whether I meant the horse or its rider I did not yet know. Curiosity is a vice that does not fade with age. I followed the sound, leaving the familiar track, feeling the treacherous give of sodden ground through the soles of my boots. The mist thickened, muffling shapes into grey smears. Once, long ago, I had written about how perception shapes reality. Now I tested reality with a stick, one cautious prod at a time. The horse emerged from the fog, like a memory dragged up from deep sleep. It was coated in drying mud and foam, flanks heaving, head hanging low. The saddle was askew, crusted with blood and dirt. One eye rolled white as it smelled me. It made a hoarse, broken sound, the ghost of a whinny. The rider was already slipping. She was small. That was my first clear impression. Not a knight, not a soldier. A bundle of rags and leather, boots twisted in the stirrups, hands locked in the reins as if death itself were pulling at the other end. As the horse took another faltering step, her body slid sideways. She hit the ground hard, a limp, graceless fall, and did not move. I stood there for a long heartbeat, staff planted in the mud, looking at this ruin the world had sent me. Old scholars are cautious by profession. You learn to distrust coincidence. To find a half-dead rider at your door in a swamp supposedly forgotten by maps is the kind of coincidence that makes a man suspicious of gods. She wore no heraldry I recognized. Her hair, tangled and matted with mud, was the colour of ash in places, of dark straw in others, as if fire had kissed it and left an uneven mark. Her face was almost invisible beneath grime and dried blood. Only the line of the jaw betrayed her youth. Too young to be this broken, I thought. I remained where I was and listened. No sounds of pursuit, no barking of hounds, no clank of armour, no cracked shouts of men drunk on violence. Only the steady, exhausted panting of the horse and the distant slapping of water against peat. The war, for once, was elsewhere. Very considerate of you, I told the world, to send the debris and not the storm. I approached them slowly, murmuring nonsense to the horse the way peasants do. Words are less important than tone. The animal flinched once as I took the reins, then sagged, eyelids drooping. I glanced at the girl again. Her chest moved, shallow but regular. One hand still clenched something, the fingers rigid. I pried them open with difficulty and found only a clump of her own hair torn out at the roots. Close up, the damage was worse than I had first thought. Her clothes were not simply dirty, they were cut and torn, ripped at the seams, as if someone had grabbed and dragged her more than once. The leather on her forearms bore the marks of blades that had slid or been deflected. Old scars crossed new wounds. She was a palimpsest of violence. There were burns, too, faint but unmistakable on the side of her neck and along her hands. Frostbite, I would learn later, lay under those injuries like a second, invisible pattern. Through the rips and drying blood, I glimpsed something that made me pause. The faint outline of a brand or tattoo on her thigh, half hidden. A crude bird, badly done. I had heard whispers of such markings. In the rare conversations I allowed myself when fishermen came deep enough into Pereplut to trade. Young cutthroats, they said, children playing at being death, riding the roads like carrion crows. The rats, they called them. I looked from the mark to the girl's face and felt an old, tired anger stir. The world had a talent for turning children into slogans or threats. It made use of them and then pretended surprise when they learned to bite. I knelt, which my knees resented, and placed my ear close to her mouth. Her breath smelled of metal and bile, a shallow rasp in, a shallower rasp out. Close to the edge, but not past it. I pressed 2 fingers to her throat in search of the pulse. It fluttered like a trapped bird, too fast. "You idiot," I said again, but now I meant someone else entirely. The bounty hunter who had chased her, the soldiers who had ridden past, the kings who sat on chairs far from this swamp drawing lines on maps, the sorcerers who believed the world was a puzzle for their amusement. Them. All of them. She needed warmth, clean bandages, herbs I had dried carefully on strings above my hearth. She needed time in which no one tried to kill her or use her name. Those things, at least, I could still offer. The horse tried to follow as I shifted her, but trembled and went to its knees. I left it. I am not a saint, and I cannot carry both mount and rider across a swamp. 1 life I could attempt. 2 would drown us all. Getting her onto my back took more effort than pride would like me to admit. She was light, frighteningly so, but my spine complained and my legs cursed me at every step. Her head lolled against my shoulder, breath steaming faintly in the cold air. Somewhere between one patch of solid ground and the next, she stirred. A tiny sound escaping her, more reflex than word. "Be quiet," I told her. "If you die, do it later. I am old and cannot drag a corpse this far." It is, I realized, even as I spoke, a poor bedside manner. Exile had not improved my social graces. She did not answer, which, under the circumstances, was merciful. It felt like hours before the hut rose out of the mist. A haphazard collection of angles on spindly legs, appearing at the last possible moment, as if even it wanted to remain hidden. I had built it myself when I still believed in concepts like fresh starts. It leaned now, much as I did, but it held. Inside, the air smelled of smoke, herbs, and damp wood. I laid her on the pallet against the wall, the only bed besides my own. The fire in the small hearth had burned low. I coaxed it back to life, feeding it peat and a few treasured splinters of dry timber. Warmth crawled slowly back into the room, reluctant and thin. Only then did I begin to undress her. Old hands are not always kind, but they can be careful. I cut away what could not be untied, eased leather from wounds where it had stuck, peeled cloth from dried blood. Under the dirt and bruises she was indeed very young, a girl at the age when the world is supposed to be opening, not closing. There were scars on her back that did not look like the work of war. Narrow, measured, deliberate. The kind that teach lessons. At one point, as I washed a cut along her ribs, her eyes snapped open. They were green. I had read poems that wasted lines on that colour, on forests and seas and precious stones. These eyes were none of that. They were feverish, unfocused, wild. They fixed on my face for a heartbeat, with a look that did not belong to someone barely more than a child. For that instant, I had the unsettling impression that she was evaluating me, weighing me, deciding whether to kill me. Then the moment broke. Her gaze slid away, lashes fluttering. Her lips shaped a word that might have been a name. It sounded like Falca, but the fire popped at the same time, and I could not be sure. Later, I said quietly, you can haunt me with your secrets when you are strong enough to stand. Her eyes closed again. Her breathing steadied a little. I worked until my hands shook and the room spun when I straightened. I stitched where I had to, bound what I could, smeared salves on burns and frost-bitten fingers. Outside, the marsh went on croaking and whispering as if nothing at all had changed. Only when I finally sank onto my stool, back cracking, did I allow myself to understand what had happened. For years I had lived in the shadow of a war I chose not to watch. I had believed distance was a kind of virtue. Let them kill each other over crowns and prophecies. I would die in peace among the frogs. Now the war had sent me a messenger in the shape of a broken girl. Not as a courtesy, of course. The world does nothing so politely. It had simply dropped her here, the way a river drops a branch at a bend. I looked at her, at the half-scrubbed face on my pallet, the ash-streaked hair, the hands that bore calluses of someone used to reins and swords. I know your kind, I told the silence. You are trouble in the shape of a story, and stories never leave an old man in peace. Only much later would I learn her true name. Long before that, before I knew of witches or lodges or towers that reach between worlds, I knew only this. On a cold morning in Periplut, the life I thought was ending had quietly begun again. The marsh keeps its own time. Days in Periplut did not pass so much as a crete, one mist-laden grey slab after another. Before she came, I rarely bothered to distinguish them. Afterwards, I found myself counting. On the first day, she slept mostly. Fever tugged at her like an insistent child, dragging her down whenever she tried to surface. I changed bandages, adjusted poultices, coaxed broth past clenched teeth. Once she half woke and tried to push my hand away, more out of habit than strength. "Drink," I told her. "You can argue when you can sit up." Her eyes opened a crack, green again, but clouded. They slid across the hut, taking in the low ceiling, the dangling bunches of herbs, the single narrow window with its fogged pane. Her gaze returned to my face and lingered a moment longer than before, as if trying to fix me in memory. "Where?" she whispered. "Somewhere no one cares about," I said. "You are safe here, which probably offends your sense of drama." Her brow furrowed. She might have been about to retort, but the effort cost too much. The frown dissolved. Her head lolled to the side. Sleep reclaimed her. On the second day, the fever peaked. Her skin burned beneath my fingers. She muttered in a hoarse jumble of words, languages bleeding into each other. I recognized curses from the streets of several cities, a few names. And once, clear as a bell, a childish cry for a grandmother long dead. It is an uncomfortable thing to watch someone fight battles that exist only behind their eyelids. You feel helpless and intrusive at once. I sat and listened because there was nothing else to do. Perhaps it was habit. A scholar's life consists largely of listening to nonsense and attempting to make sense of it. I heard the name Falca again. She spat it as if it were poison, then shouted it as if it were a banner, then whispered it with something like shame. I heard rats strung with laughter and the clink of imagined bottles. I heard other names too, sharp and bright. Kaylee, Iskra, Missile. I filed them away. Old men hoard details the way misers hoard coins. When the fever finally began to ebb, it left her hollowed out. She woke properly on the third day, but it was the waking of someone who has walked too close to the border and is not entirely certain they chose the right direction. She watched me as I changed the dressing on her side, jaw clenched, shoulders tense. The wariness in her eyes had settled into something colder, more deliberate. She was cataloguing exits, objects heavy enough to serve as weapons, the distance between us. I recognized the process. In my own youth, I had entered court chambers with the same calculating gaze, though my weapons had been words. "You are safe," I said quietly, without looking up from the bandage. "For the duration of your stay, I promise not to murder you, sell you, or deliver you to anyone with a crown, an imperial eagle, or a title starting with Your Excellency." She did not smile, not yet, but the tension shifted, a fraction. "Who are you?" she asked. "Vysogota," I said, formerly of many places that now prefer to pretend I never existed. Currently of Pereplut, on very intimate terms with frogs. "And you?" That earned me the smallest of pauses, a hesitation where a name should have been. "Falca," she said at last. I sat back on my heels and looked at her. There is an art to silence. Done properly, it becomes its own question. Her chin lifted a little, defiant. Green eyes glittered in the dim light of the hut. "Falca," I repeated, as if testing the taste of the syllables. "The witch princess, the monster parents use to frighten their children. Quite a career for someone who cannot yet sit up without help." She glared. "You do not believe me." "I believe many things," I said. "Among them that names can be masks, and that only fools accept masks at face value." For a moment I thought she would lash out. Her fingers twitched toward the cup by the bed, as if weighing the possibility of throwing it. Then her gaze dropped to her own bandaged hands. "Does it matter what you believe?" she muttered. "It will," I said. "Sooner than you think. But not today. Today it matters that you drink this and do not rip your stitches while doing so." I handed her the cup. She took it with a grimace as the movement pulled at her wounds, but she did not let me help. Pride is a stubborn muscle, slow to atrophy even when the body fails. She raised the cup to her lips and sipped, eyes never leaving my face, as if expecting treachery to float to the surface of the broth. "Poison would be more cost-effective," I pointed out. "You are remarkably labor-intensive for an assassin." That time, very faintly, the corner of her mouth tilted. Not enough to be called a smile. The ghost of the idea of one. Days passed. Her strength returned inch by reluctant inch. She slept less and watched more. When she thought I was not looking, her gaze roamed the hut with a peculiar hunger, as if trying to read a story from its contents. The piles of old parchment and wax tablets in the corner, spotted and curling. The medical tools neatly arranged. The single shelf of carefully wrapped bundles that held what was left of my library. The carved bird hanging from a beam, whittled from marsh driftwood on a winter evening, when even frogs had fallen silent. Once, when I stepped out to fetch water, I returned to find her standing, one hand pressed white-knuckled to the wall for balance, the other reaching toward the wrapped bundles. She jerked back, as if burned when the door creaked. "If you had asked," I said mildly, "I might have recommended a lighter volume for a first attempt. That top bundle holds legal commentaries on the rights of vassals. I would not wish that on a convalescent." She scowled, cheeks flushed more from effort than embarrassment. "I was not going to steal anything. I doubt you could get far in the mud with a treatise on land tenure under your arm," I said. "Sit down before your stitches decide to reopen out of spite." She sat because she had to, not because I had spoken. A small but important distinction, especially for someone like her. We fell into a sort of rhythm. I tended to her wounds and the mundane needs of the hut. She watched me work, shoulders gradually relaxing as the immediate threat of death receded. At first, our conversations were sparse, reduced to necessities. "Does it hurt?" "No." "Liar." Later, the gaps filled with other things. It is difficult to remain entirely silent around another human being, even when both parties have sworn in their hearts never again to trust anyone. She would ask questions in sudden bursts, like a child throwing stones into still water. "Why do you live here?" "Because elsewhere they live with me less willingly." "Did you kill someone?" "Several illusions, a few reputations. Unfortunately, those are valued more highly than lives in many places." "What did you do?" she persisted. "I told the wrong truths in the wrong rooms," I said. "And you?" She fell silent, eyes going distant. Outside, a heron cried somewhere in the mist. "I left," she said finally. "Left what?" "Everything," she said. "Everyone." She did not elaborate. I did not press. Pressing too soon is a reliable way to make a wounded animal bite. But the story wanted out. All stories do, in the end. That is how they trap you. They start small, like a leak in a boat. You think you can ignore them. Then, one night, they overflow. It was raining hard when she began. The drum of water on the roof blurred the sounds of the marsh into a single low murmur. The fire burned low, throwing more shadow than light. I sat in my usual place on the stool, sorting dried leaves into jars by touch. She lay on the pallet, facing the wall, back to me. I had thought her asleep. "They called us rats," she said abruptly, into the darkness. I stilled, fingers poised above a pile of thyme. I said nothing. "We called ourselves that too," she went on. "We thought it was funny. If the world said we were vermin, then we would be the best vermin it had ever seen." She let out a breath that might have been a laugh once, but had forgotten how. "We rode," she said, "across fields, through villages. We took what we wanted. Food, drink, clothes, horses. We told ourselves we were taking from those who had too much. Sometimes it was even true. The rain intensified, rattling on the roof like thrown pebbles. They were my family," she said softly, "more than anyone else had been, for a long time." "You left them," I said, keeping my voice flat, non-judgmental. "Why?" She was silent for so long I thought the question would be ignored. Lost in the spaces between raindrops. "Because I started to see faces," she whispered at last. "Not just purses, not just full cellars or barns. Faces. A woman holding a child while we took the last sack of grain. An old man on his knees in the mud." We laughed. I laughed. But afterwards, when it was quiet, I remembered. There was a rustle as she shifted on the pallet, pulling the blanket tighter. "And then there was her," she said. "Missile." The name came out like a wound. She was everything the girl on my pallet said to the wall. Kind and cruel and brave and stupid and alive. More alive than anyone I had ever seen. With her it all made sense. Being a rat, being Falca. I could pretend the hunger and the fear and the other things were a game we were winning. The fire crackled softly. I let the silence stretch, let her choose the next step. "But then I saw her face," she whispered. "One night. After. She thought I was asleep. There was no game in her eyes, just emptiness. And something else, like she was already walking somewhere I could not follow." Her voice roughened. "I realized we were not living outside the world's rules," she said. "We were just another part of its cruelty. A small, loud, stupid part. And all the names and the songs and the pretending could not change that. I could have said many things. That youth is allowed its follies. That the world is brutal, and those who suffer often turn brutality back on it. That guilt is a luxury and a curse. I had written entire treatises on morality in my day, filled shelves with careful arguments. None of that would have helped. "What did you do?" I asked instead. "I ran," she said. "I left them without saying goodbye. I tried to walk away from Falca and the rats and everything. I thought if I went back to being her, it would make things better." Her hand twitched, fingers clutching at the blanket near her throat. "I wanted to be a princess again," she said, with a bitter little laugh. Isn't that stupid? After everything, I thought I could just put on the name like a cloak, and it would mean something. That I could stand in front of a crowd and say, I am Ciri of Cintra, and the world would bow, and everything would be fixed. She rolled onto her back, staring up at the ceiling. I could see the wet shine in her eyes now, reflecting the embers. The world does not work like that, she said. The world already had its Princess of Cintra. I felt a prickle at the nape of my neck. I had heard rumours, carried even into this swamp. Murmurs of an imperial court where a pale, compliant girl with the right bloodline paraded before envoys. A symbol with carefully chosen curls and well-practiced smiles. You tried to claim your name, I said slowly, and they told you it was already taken. She laughed again, harsh and small. They did not tell me, she said. They showed me, they hunted me, they sent him. Her breath hitched. For a moment the green eyes were not in my hut, but elsewhere, seeing another roof, another darkness. Who? I asked. She closed her eyes. Bonhart, she whispered. There are names that enter a room before the man does. In my youth, they tended to belong to philosophers or kings. Later, to generals, inquisitors, and court magicians. You hear them in whispered corridors, see them in careful footnotes, feel them like a change in air pressure. When she spoke his name, the temperature in the hut seemed to drop. Bonhart, she said again, with that flat, scraped-out voice people use for pain they have repeated too often even in their own minds. I said nothing. The name had not yet reached my swamp, but I understood at once the category to which it belonged. Not a title given by birth or ink, but earned in other currencies. What was he? I asked. Soldier? Mercenary? Hunter? She hesitated, as if sifting through words and discarding them one by one. He killed people, she said finally, professionally. Efficiently, as if he were doing sums. That was when I began to hate him. We judge murderers by passion, jealous lovers, furious peasants, frightened deserters. I have always found them easier to forgive than the tidy minds who turn death into ledger entries. Once, long ago, I wrote that indifference is more dangerous than hate. They expelled me for many things. That line may have been among them. Tell me, I said, slowly. She lay still, eyes on the ceiling, the faint orange of the coals painting shadows along her jaw. He came for us in the night, she said. We were in a village, half rotten, out on the borderlands. There was an old barn, a tavern, some sheds. We chose it because no one important lived there. Or so we thought. Her voice drifted, the words pulling her backwards. We were drunk, she went on. As usual. There was wine and stolen sausages, and a girl Kaylee had been trying to impress all day. Missel was laughing. She always laughed like that, with her whole body. Like she did not believe anything could touch her as long as she was louder than the world. Her hand, resting on the blanket, flexed once, fingers clawing at nothing. I remember thinking I would keep this night, she said, that I would hold it somewhere inside, for the days when everything went wrong. I remember the way the fire smoked, and the way her hair smelled of dust and smoke and cheap perfume. Stupid details. Those are the ones that stay. Outside, the marsh sighed, pools relaying the faint stirrings of the wind. And then he came, she whispered. Far away from Pereplut, I pictured it. A leaning tavern, beams dark with years of smoke. A room full of young brigands sprawled on benches, boots on tables, heads thrown back in laughter. In the doorway, a new shape. Not the swagger of a rival gang or the clatter of soldiers, but something quieter, oddly precise. "How did you know it was him?" I asked, "and not just another bounty hunter?" She turned her head, meeting my eyes at last. "Because the rats were afraid," she said. I had never seen that before. She swallowed. We had been hunted, of course. Nobles put prices on our heads. Sheriffs tried to catch us. Soldiers set traps. We mocked them all. We had fast horses, fast blades, and faster mouths. We were young, and we believed ourselves immortal. Her mouth twisted, but that night, when he stepped in, I saw Kaylee Soul's hand tremble. She said, I saw Iskra's smile die before it reached her eyes. Missel's fingers tightened in mine without her even noticing. They knew his face. They knew what it meant. And I thought, if the rats are afraid, then the stories must be true. She drew a slow breath. He was not tall, she said, not like the knights in tales. His armor was old but well kept, stained, seasoned. No plume, no colors. Everything about him was worn down to function. His hair was thinning. His face was ordinary, almost dull. The kind of man you would not notice in a crowd. Her eyes unfocused, remembering. Except for his eyes, she murmured. They were cold, yes, but not in the way people say when they mean cruel. They were just empty, like he had moved the part of himself that cared somewhere else, out of the way, so it would not interfere with the work. I have met such eyes in judges and in priests. It is a look you develop when you have convinced yourself that people are objects, problems to be solved. You can see it in some scholars too, staring at a dissected frog. He wore 3 medallions at his neck, she said. Silver wolf, cat, griffin, witcher signs. They clinked when he walked. She shivered, a small jerk beneath the blanket. I thought they were trophies, she whispered. I still do. The fire shifted, sending a spray of sparks up the chimney. I let them go without comment. Some things do not require interpretation. He did not shout, she said. He did not threaten. He just looked at us and said our names, one by one, like he was taking attendance. Then he told us the price he had been paid. Calmly, the sum for each head and the extra offered for mine. Her lips tightened. I laughed, she said. I do not even know why. Habit, perhaps? The rats always laughed at danger. Missel swore at him, something filthy and complicated. Kaylee made a joke. It sounded thin, like a badly tuned string. None of it changed anything. Her gaze dropped to her hands. He asked if we wanted to run, she said. He said it would not make a difference, but if we preferred to die outdoors, he could oblige. I closed my eyes briefly. There is a particular kind of cruelty in offering choices that are not choices at all. What did you do? I asked. What do you think? She answered with a flash of bitter pride. We drew steel. She fell silent. I did not press her to describe the fight in detail. She did not need my help to see it. It replayed behind her eyes, whether she spoke or not. Yet fragments emerged. The way shards work their way to the surface of flesh long after the wound. He moved like nothing I had seen, she murmured. Not fast in the way we were fast. We were all flailing energy, lunges and leaps. He was economical. Every step, every cut, exactly as much as was needed. Nothing more. Like someone writing in a language they have known since childhood, without thinking about the letters. Her throat worked. He did not seem to enjoy it, she said. That would almost have been easier. There was no triumph in his face, no anger, only concentration. The same expression I saw later when he sharpened his sword. I did not ask about the order in which they fell. She spoke the names anyway, as if reciting a litany. Giselher went first, she said. He always charged. He believed courage could fill in for skill. It could not. Iskra tried to get behind him. He seemed to know where she was without looking. Kaylee took longer. He was good. Not good enough. They all shouted, I shouted, there was blood. But what I remember most is the sound of those medallions, chiming every time he turned. The tiny hut in Periplut felt suddenly too small for all the ghosts it contained. And Missile? I asked softly. Her face closed in on itself. She fought like 10 people, she whispered. She always did. She cursed him, called him every name, spat blood at his boots. He disarmed her. He could have killed her quickly. Instead, he knocked her down. He stepped on her hand so she could not reach her knife. He looked at me. Then he cut her throat while he watched my face. She stopped. The only sound was the soft, wet rasp of the marsh, breathing outside. I think he wanted to see something, she said at last. Fear, maybe, or rage, or whatever it is people expect from witches and monsters. I do not know what he saw. I only remember that the world turned very narrow and very loud, and then there was nothing but him and the gleam of his sword and the taste of iron in my mouth. I saw her then as she must have been. Blood spattered across her cheeks, hair wild, lungs burning, standing amid the ruin of her chosen family. I saw the old killer, armor-stained, medallions chiming, measuring her like a craftsman examining a piece of work. He did not kill me, she said. No, I said quietly. You are here. He kicked my legs out from under me, she went on. He put his boot on my chest until I could not breathe. He leaned down and said he had been paid more if I lived, that I was to be delivered. He called me by my name, my real one. Cyrilla, I said, tasting it. Her eyes flashed, sharp and wounded. Do not, she hissed, do not call me that. Very well, I said. Folker then, or whatever other mask you prefer. The bones beneath are the same. She flinched as if struck. For a heartbeat, I regretted the sharpness. Then I reminded myself that truth, like a salve, often stings first. He chained me, she said, wrists, ankles, neck, like an animal. He made me walk while he rode. Whenever I stumbled, he jerked the chain. He never shouted, just tugged, like you would with a stubborn dog. And you hated him, I said. Yes, she said, and no. That startled me. Few people manage contradiction so honestly. What do you mean? I asked. I hated him, she said, for what he did, for what he did not do, for the way he treated the others as objects, as tasks to be completed. But there was something else. A part of me watched him and thought, if I were like that, none of this would hurt. If I could move my feelings somewhere else the way he has, if I could turn names into numbers, then maybe. She swallowed. Maybe I would not wake up screaming, she said. "Maybe I could cut the world before it cut me." I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, considering her. "You are wrong," I said gently. "If you became like him, it would not stop hurting. You would simply no longer know whom it hurts. Others, yourself, the line would blur until all that remained was the work. And in the quiet moments when your hand trembled over the whetstone, something small would still cry inside you, unheard. That is not an escape. It is a slower kind of drowning." She stared at me, jaw set. "Easy for you to say," she muttered. "You sit in your swamp and talk about drowning." "I drowned long ago," I said. "I am simply very experienced at recognizing the water." She turned her face away toward the wall, shoulders rigid. For a while I thought the conversation had shattered beyond repair. Then, very softly, almost inaudible under the murmur of the marsh, she said, "He took me to an arena." I closed my eyes. Of course he had. He took her to a town that had never appeared on any map I had owned, and yet was woven into more destinies than many capitals. She did not say its name at first. She spoke of it the way people speak of sickness, as an event, not a place. It smelled of blood and perfume, she said, of horses, smoke, and cheap wine. The streets were muddy, but the houses along the main square had bright shutters. People came there to forget themselves for a while, or to watch other people die. I knew the type. Border settlements fattened by war, where merchants and officers and those who hovered in their orbit came to indulge appetites they would never admit to in their letters home. "Who owned the arena?" I asked. "A man who counted his coins 3 times a day," she said. "A merchant. He was always smiling, not with his eyes, only his teeth." She lay on her back as she spoke, hands folded on her stomach, gaze fixed on the rafters. Her voice had the flat cadence of someone walking over ground they had already trodden many times when no one was listening. "Bonhart delivered me like a parcel," she said. "They argued over the price. I remember that more clearly than their faces. Numbers, shares, percentages. How much my life, my name, were worth if I died quickly versus slowly. The arena owner wanted spectacle. Skellen wanted results. Bonhart just wanted the agreed fee. "Skellen," I repeated. "The imperial policeman." She nodded once. "You knew his name," I went on. "Eventually," she said. "At first, he was just another man in a good coat, with good boots and bad eyes. The kind that never see you, only the shape of the problem you represent. And you," I said, "were a problem." She laughed without real amusement. "I was a tool," she corrected, "a piece on someone else's board, a way to reach others. Geralt, Yennefer, Emir." She spoke the Emperor's name very softly, as if the marsh itself might be listening. Outside, a bird called across the water, a lonely, questioning sound. The fog pressed its face against the small window. "They dressed me up," she said. "They washed me, combed my hair, put paint on my face. Not to make me beautiful, to make me theatrical. A monster in costume. They gave me clothes that would look good from the stands, dark, fitted, easy to clean. They put a hood over my head when they moved me, like I was a dangerous animal that must be covered. And all the while, I said, 'You watched.' 'Yes,' she said simply. 'It is what one does in cages. There is an irony, I suppose, in a girl raised in castles and palaces learning true observation chained to a post in a provincial arena. But tragedies are full of such ironies. That is why they tire me. How did it begin? I asked. The first time. She drew a breath that shook at the edges. They brought me into the ring in chains, she said. The crowd screamed. I felt the sound like hands on my skin. They were drunk or eager or bored. It all sounds the same when 100 throats shout at once. The sand under my feet was sticky in places. I did not look closely. She paused, swallowing. Someone told them who I was, she said, or who I was supposed to be. They roared louder. A few spat. Some threw things. Rotten fruit, mostly. Once, a bone. I kept thinking, if my grandmother could see this, she would burn this place to the ground. I believed her. The stories of Calanthe were not subtle. And then, I prompted. And then the door on the opposite side opened, she said softly, and a man came out. He had a sword. So did I. Bonhart had made sure of it. A witcher must have her steel, he said. Otherwise, where is the artistry? Her lip curled. I did not want to fight, she said. But wanting is irrelevant when someone has a chain around your neck. They prodded me like livestock. The other man looked nervous. He was big, but his hands shook. I saw the way his knuckles whitened on the hilt. I thought, if I move first, he will die faster. If I move first, maybe I will not have to see his eyes when he realizes. And did you? I asked. Yes, she said. I moved first. Silence stretched. Somewhere in the reeds, water lapped gently against a half-sunken log. It gets easier, she said at last. That is the worst part. The first time, you feel everything. The weight of the sword, the give of flesh, the sound he makes when he falls. The second time, you notice the crowd more, what they want, which blows they cheer. The third, you begin to move in ways that will make them gasp. You learn to play to them, because if they enjoy it, they throw coins. And if they throw enough coins, the men in the good coats nod and say, "She is profitable. Keep her alive." She turned her head toward me, eyes suddenly very sharp. "Do you understand?" she asked. "To survive, I had to give them what they wanted. I had to make killing entertaining. I could feel myself learning how." "I understand," I said quietly. "Too well." Once, in an academic hall, I had watched a crowd laugh and clap while a learned man dismantled a colleague's life work with elegant cruelty. The colleague had left the city within a week. No blood was spilled. But I remember thinking then that the cheers sounded very similar to those that rise in pits and rings. "And Bonhart?" I asked. "Where was he while you performed?" "Watching," she said. "Always watching. He sat," she told me, "on a raised platform with the other important men. Sometimes he leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes intent. Sometimes he sat back, arms folded, as if mildly bored. When she won too easily, he was displeased. He said I was wasting my potential," she muttered. "He wanted me to take wounds, to let them see blood. Otherwise, they will think you are invulnerable," he said. "People do not like what they cannot hurt." "Did you obey?" I asked. "Sometimes," she said. "I learned to bleed without dying. There is an art to that too. At night, Chained in a stall that had once held a horse, she listened to the town breathe. Arguments in the alleyways, songs in the taverns, the occasional muffled sob from another cell. Once she heard a familiar name spoken outside, laughingly, in the careless tone of those who use other people's lives to season their stories. Falca, they called me, she said, the mad witch, the butcher, the child of fire. They loved it. The more they loved it, the less they saw me. And your true name, I said, the one you will not let me speak, where was it then? Nowhere, she answered. I wrapped it up and hid it somewhere deep. I told myself I would only take it out when it was safe. I did not realize that the longer you keep a name in the dark, the harder it becomes to remember how it fit. For a moment her face looked very young. There was one night, she added, when a man came to the bars. He had jeweled rings and soft hands. He smelled of oil and paper. He looked at me as if I were a painting he was thinking of purchasing. A court man, I guessed. Envoy, official, someone from higher up. She shrugged. He asked Bonhart if I was really who they said I was, she said. Bonhart told him it did not matter. She is whoever we need her to be, he said. For the moment, Falca sells tickets. Did you speak? I asked. No, she said. I stared at him until he went away. I wanted to say, I am Cyrilla. I am not your story. But the words would not come. It would have felt like pleading, and I swore I would never plead in front of them. Far away, beyond marsh and forest and the muddy veins of countless roads, another stage was set. In the marble halls of Nilfgaard, a girl with carefully brushed hair and rehearsed courtesy walked between pillars, flanked by guards in black and gold. She smiled when she was told to smile. She lowered her eyes when she was told to lower them. At feasts, when envoys toasted the lion cub of Sintra, they raised their cups in her direction. She was not, of course, the real lion's cub. She had been found somewhere in the empire's endless provinces, chosen for a resemblance, schooled in manners and phrases. Her hunger and fear had been sanded down to something more presentable. When ambassadors wrote home, they described her as charming, modest, a little shy. They remarked on how well the emperor had done to secure such a bride. A symbol of reconciliation between old foes. Ciri did not see any of this from her cage and her sand-stained ring. She did not know the false princess's face, but she felt in her bones that somewhere someone was walking in her name. It is a particular kind of theft, I said when she finished. To steal not what you own, but what you are. She shrugged one shoulder. Maybe she was happier, she said. The other girl. Maybe she believed she was me. Maybe she got used to silk sheets and golden plates. What does it matter? It matters, I said, because you still care enough to ask that question. She looked at me, jaw tight. Caring did not help in the arena, she said. Caring just made everything heavier. Every time I killed someone, I thought, somewhere a man in a black coat is raising a glass to the health of Cyrilla of Sintra, and he does not know that she is wading through blood so his little charade can continue. I wondered if, when he heard stories of Falca the butcher, he ever felt a flicker of unease, or if he simply enjoyed the convenience of having both a symbol and a monster to blame. Emperors, I said dryly, rarely suffer indigestion over such questions. She almost smiled. Skellen did not, she agreed. He came sometimes to watch. He took notes, not about who I killed, but about how the crowd reacted. He was interested in influence, not mortality. And Bonhart? I asked again. Always watching? Always, she said. In the beginning, I thought he was waiting for me to fail, to die. Then I realized he was waiting for something else, for me to become what he believed I could be, a perfect instrument. Did you? I asked softly. She was quiet for a long time. I came close, she said at last, closer than I like to admit. There were days when I stepped into the sand and felt nothing but the weight of the sword and the calculations of distance and speed. Days when the crowd's roar washed over me like wind. Days when the faces blurred. Afterwards, in the cell, I would stare at my hands and try to remember who they had touched. Sometimes I could not. Her voice had gone very low. That frightened me more than any opponent, she whispered. Not death, not pain, forgetting. She turned away then, showing me only the line of her neck, the fragile notch at the base of her skull. That is why I left, she said. Not because I suddenly grew a conscience, not because I could not endure the chains. I left because I realized that if I stayed, one day I would wake up and the name Falca would fit better than the one you are not allowed to use. And on that day, whatever was still human in me would be gone. Bonhart would have his masterpiece, and the world would applaud. She fell silent. In the hut, the coals sank lower. Outside, the marsh breathed, indifferent. I watched her shoulders rise and fall, and thought of the old treatises I had written on identity, on the tension between fate and choice. Lines of ink on brittle paper, the work of a younger man who believed words could hold people together. Now, an arm's length away, lay the living proof of how easily they can be torn apart. You left, I said gently. You are here. For now, she replied. For now. The smallest of phrases, and yet it contained an entire storm. War loves masks. It dresses men in uniforms and expects their souls to follow. It drapes banners over crimes until they resemble duties. It hands out names as if they were costumes for a play, then forgets there is a person underneath. Her name had become such a costume long before she lay on my pallet in Periplut. I learned that in pieces, the way one collects driftwood along a shore. No messenger ever came to my hut with tidy reports. News arrived tangled in fishing nets, woven into gossip between traders whose boats strayed too far up the channels, whispered over cheap vodka in low huts. I listened and, out of habit, assembled the fragments into a whole. Somewhere to the south, in a city of marble and black banners, a girl walked through echoing halls. They called her Cyrilla, lion cub of Sintra, future wife of the emperor. She ate from golden plates and wrapped herself in embroidered gowns. Men bowed when she passed. Women curtsied and appraised her with careful sideways glances. The envoys who came from the north returned with polished descriptions. She was demure, they wrote, modest, suitable. Her beauty was often mentioned, her intelligence less so. She did not speak unless spoken to. Her eyes lowered at the right moments. She blushed prettily when the emperor allowed his hand to rest on her shoulder a heartbeat longer than propriety required. All this, you understand, I heard from men who had never seen the girl themselves. They repeated what others had said, what others had wanted them to say. Yet even a reflection of a reflection can reveal its own truths. In private, so the rumours went, the emperor was pleased. He enjoyed the symbol she represented. Old enemies made family, old claims wrapped in marriage contracts. The world loves such stories. They make chaos look like order. On feast days, when goblets were raised to the health of the empire, to the future empress, the girl with the borrowed name smiled on cue. She was not the girl sleeping in my hut. The true Cyrilla had spent those same months in an arena, chains chafing her wrists, sand in her teeth, learning how to kill in ways that would make crowds roar. While nobles argued over the cut of her imaginary wedding gown, the living girl took wound after wound so that men with rings on their fingers and calculations in their eyes would deem her worth keeping alive. It is a neat arrangement. One body bears the bruises, another wears the silk. In the north, others played with her name as well. Sorceresses, for instance. The world has always been divided about sorcerers. Peasants fear them. Kings require them. Priests condemn them while secretly hiring them. Having known a few in my day, I would sum them up more simply. They are people who dislike limits, especially those imposed by nature. Time, blood, death, fertility. All these they see as interesting obstacles rather than boundaries. To such minds, a child like Cyrilla is not a person at all, but potential in human form. A fracture in the wall between worlds. A womb that could carry certain bloodlines forward or absorb them forever. A key. When the chapter of mages broke under the weight of its own intrigues, a smaller, hungrier thing grew from its remnants. A lodge of women, powerful, subtle, impatient with the stupidity of kings. They did not wish to rule kingdoms, not directly. They wished to rule those who ruled kingdoms. They needed a focus for their plans. A sacred vessel, if you like, poetic language. I do not, but the comparison holds. So, far from Periplut, in candlelit chambers, behind thick curtains, names were spoken. Yennefer of Vengerberg, with eyes like amethysts and a heart more complicated than most treatises, spoke the girl's name with something that sounded dangerously like love. Philippa Eilhart spoke it like a riddle she meant to solve. Others tasted it with varying mixtures of greed and curiosity. Cyrilla, destiny, elder blood. They did not know that the girl they sought currently slept in a hut that smelled of peat smoke and dried parsley. Or perhaps some of them suspected. Mages have ways of peering through distance and ignorance that border on discourteous. If they knew, they did not say. Their correspondence, when it trickled north, concerned alliances, councils, negotiations. The lion's cub was mentioned often, always as an asset, rarely as a child. It is easy to despise them for that. I did, at first. Then I remembered how often I myself had reduced human beings to abstractions in my writings. The peasant, the noble, the subject, the ruler. We are all guilty of turning lives into convenient nouns. Here, in my hut, there was no such ambiguity. She was not a symbol. She was a very real girl who groaned in her sleep when old pain rose in new dreams, who cursed when she knocked a cup from the table, whose laughter, when it finally appeared, was startling in its brightness, as if she herself did not quite trust it. We developed routines, small and stubborn, in the face of the larger games played beyond the marsh. In the mornings, I checked her bandages, then sent her to the strip of drier ground behind the hut to stretch and move. At first she walked only a few paces before her breath hitched and sweat beaded on her brow. The arena had given her many things, but not much in the way of nutrition. Later, the walks grew longer. Then they turned into careful exercises of balance and stance. I watched, leaning on my stick, pretending not to notice how her hands still trembled when she picked up a practice pole. Her movements, even slowed by weakness, had a peculiar economy, the mark of training layered over instinct. Someone had taught her to fight long before Bonhart refined her into entertainment. Sometimes, as she moved, I saw another figure superimposed over hers. A tall man in a worn leather jerkin, hair white as old bone, sword held in a relaxed, ready grip. I had never met him, yet he was already a presence in our conversations. "Geralt," she would say once in a while, as if the name tasted both bitter and necessary. The Witcher, her guardian, her almost father, in everything that matters more than blood. When she spoke of him, which at first she did only in passing, fragments slipped out, a gloved hand reaching to pull her out of snow, a voice that growled and scolded but did not lie, the smell of horse sweat and steel and the faint, sharp tang of witcher potions, a sword cutting through monsters that wore human faces, and humans who wore monstrous ones. In the evenings, after smoke from the hearth had stained the beams a little darker, and the frogs had begun their nightly chorus, I would sometimes tell her what I had heard of him, of the white-haired mutant who turned up in villages where nightmares had taken root and left them poorer by one horror and richer by one quiet legend, of the rumours that said he was dead, thrown from a wall during the fall of a certain city, of other rumours that insisted he had been seen after, limping along war roads, gathering companions around him like flotsam around a branch in a flood. Milva, the archer with a tongue as sharp as her arrows. Regis, the strange gentleman with the old-fashioned manners and unwise sobriety. Kahir, the Nilfgaardian in northern armour, chasing his own ghosts. Dandelion, of course, orbiting the group with his loot and his appetites, turning their journey into stanzas before the dust had settled. "They say he is looking for a girl," I told her once. She was mending a torn sleeve by the firelight, lips pursed in concentration. At my words, the needle paused a fraction above the cloth. "A girl," she repeated. "Yes," I said. "Small, stubborn, more trouble than a nest of vipers, if tavern tales are to be believed. Perhaps you know her. She did not rise to the bait. Not directly. Stories grow in the telling," she said, focusing on the stitch. "Maybe he is just looking for work, and people prefer to imagine it is something noble." "Maybe," I allowed. "Yet the way they describe his face when he asks his questions, I doubt it. There is a certain look a man has when he has lost something that mattered. It does not sit easily on those who have made a habit of not caring." She said nothing for a while. The needle went in, out, in again. "If he is looking," she said at last, very softly, "he is looking in the wrong places." "Not entirely," I said. "The wrong places often lead, in the end, to the right marsh." She snorted at that, the sound half a laugh. "So you believe in destiny," she said, mocking testing. "I believe in patterns," I replied, "and in the stubbornness of certain lines. Call that destiny if it pleases you." Personally, I think the word is overused. It has become a mask for laziness. People do nothing and say that destiny will act, or they commit atrocities and claim destiny made them. I prefer to say that choices have consequences, and some webs are woven tighter than others. She looked at me across the fire, eyes narrowed. "And what about me?" she asked. "Am I a pattern or a choice, or just a convenient excuse for everyone else's schemes?" "Yes," I said. She threw the mended sleeve at my head. My reflexes, I am proud to say, remained sufficient to catch it. "Old idiot," she muttered. "Future footnote," I answered. The truth was less amusing. She was all those things at once. A child born of particular bloodlines at a particular moment in history. A person who, at several crucial junctures, chose against expectations. A figure others used to cloak their ambitions. The false princess walked polished floors far away. Her life a choreography of bows and smiles. The real one practiced footwork in a muddy yard, breath steaming in the cold air, tucking stray strands of ash-blonde hair behind one ear with an impatient gesture. War loves masks. Life does not. Sooner or later, reality catches the edges and begins to peel. At night, when her breathing had settled into something close to peace, I would sit up a little longer and listen to the marsh. I imagined the lines drawing closer. Geralt, limping towards some battlefield. Yennefer, bruised and furious, hammering against invisible chains. Sorceresses scheming under starlight. An emperor tracing plans across the belly of the world. And in my hut, the quiet, deadly fulcrum around which all of it could tilt. I sometimes wished I was still only a forgotten old man with eels for company. Wishes, however, are rarely granted in the way one expects. For a long time, Geralt existed to me only as a shape in her stories. A white shadow at the edge of a forest. Rough hands lifting a small, terrified girl onto a horse. A quiet voice saying again, while wooden swords clacked in a yard. The smell of leather, steel, and something sharp and chemical that clung to him like a second skin. It is an interesting experience, forming an opinion about a man purely from the echoes he leaves in another person's life. You see him not as he is, but as he has been to someone. In that sense, I met him long before I ever heard his own name spoken in my hut. Later, other accounts reached me, not from Ciri, but from the restless tides of rumour that lap even against a swamp. Fishermen would come up the channels, their boats low in the water, and speak of war. They always began with war. It is the favourite topic of men who live close enough to see it, but far enough to believe they might escape it. They spoke of a witcher too, sometimes. At first, I did not connect the stories. Witches are, after all, a type, not a singularity. Monsters are rarely scarce enough to justify having only one professional killer of each variety. Yet the description repeated itself too often to ignore. White hair, 2 swords, eyes like a cat's, pupils narrowing to slits in strong light. A way of standing that said he expected trouble but did not particularly fear it. A habit of asking questions about a girl no one had quite seen and everyone had heard of. He came through Rivian lands, one man told me, chewing on a reed between brown teeth. Roads burned, smoke, bodies. Like a parade after the festival, only the paper lanterns were crows. He walked as if he had seen it all before, and was tired of being unimpressed. Was he alone? I asked. The man snorted. Men like that are never alone for long, he said. Trouble finds them, or people who think they can borrow their trouble to solve their own. So I learned about his companions, about Milva, for instance, Maria Bering, though few called her by that, a hunter who understood forests and the stubborn minds of animals better than she did people, which made her more honest company than most. She had been dragged into Geralt's orbit reluctantly, the way a branch is caught by a river. She cursed him often. She stayed. About Regis, the barber surgeon who appeared one day like an answer to a question no one had dared to voice. They spoke of him with a mixture of gratitude and unease. Gratitude, because he patched wounds that should have killed, set bones, brewed concoctions that steadied shaking hands. Unease, because there was something about him that did not match the age in his eyes or the easy humility of his manner. One man swore he had seen Regis walk out of a battlefield that had been set alight from end to end. His clothes charred, but his skin untouched. I asked him how he did it, the man said, scratching his beard. He smiled and said he had good luck. It was not a good answer, but I did not ask again. About Dandelion, of course. That one needed no introduction. His songs had travelled more widely than any army. He moved through war like a bright-coloured bird flitting between burning trees, somehow managing to find wine in lands where even water had become scarce. Men who spoke of him rolled their eyes, yet smiled despite themselves. He complained the whole way, a carter told me, about the mud, the food, the lack of appreciative audiences. Then, at night, he would sit by the fire and sing something so sad you remembered every face you had ever lost. And Kahir, the Nilfgaardian, the black-clad rider who, years earlier, had pursued my convalescent girl through dreams and reality. He rode with the Witcher now, his armour stripped of imperial insignia, his loyalty turned outward like a coat inside out. That one, an old woman muttered, walked like a man carrying a punishment only he could see. He stared at the flames too much. I did not like his eyes. But the Witcher did not kill him. That counts for something. I assembled these accounts the way a child assembles a picture from mismatched tiles. They did not show me everything, but they gave me a sense of movement, of a path cutting through a world on fire. The war, by then, had become less a clash of armies, and more a slow grinding of exhausted forces. Fronts shifted like bruises, fading in one place only to bloom darker in another. Villages changed hands so often that peasants stopped repainting their doors in the colours of the latest occupying force. Why bother, when some other banner would come along soon enough? Into this, the Witcher walked. He had a destination, though the road bent and broke under his feet. He followed rumours of a girl, of a child called Falka, of a princess whose name had been plastered onto a stranger in a distant court. He chased the shadow of a story. A girl on a grey mare, her hair like ashen straw, her laughter too loud, her sword too quick. He arrived late, every time. The rats were already dead when he reached the places that remembered their hoofbeats. The arena sand had already dried over the blood. The tracks of Bonhart's horse had already been erased by rain and the boots of others. In one town, an old woman who sold dried apples told him he had missed the little butcher by 3 days. She had eyes like someone who had forgotten sleep, the woman said, pressing slices of fruit into her palm as if that might bribe memory. And a scar here. She traced a line under her own eye. She did not smile, but when she bought bread for a child who was staring at it too hungrily, her hand trembled. Geralt listened. He took the information and his payment in unfair measure. Then he walked on. He moved through burned fields and cities that smelled of ash and cheap fear. Everywhere he went, he found the same pattern. People who wanted to use him or avoid him, or tell him stories in exchange for coin or for the simple relief of speaking. He killed monsters when they appeared along his path, not because he still felt bound by old contracts, but because habit and conscience are difficult to separate. A drowner dragging children into a river cares nothing for wars and destinies. It cares only for the weight of bodies. A witcher's sword has the same answer in peacetime as in war. Sometimes men tried to stop him, soldiers with orders, bandits with greed, processions of zealots who believed mutants to be agents of whatever their priests had named the current devil. They bled like anything else. If they were lucky, he gave them time to regret their choices before the end. If not, they discovered too late that he had no more patience for human monsters than for those with claws. This too I heard in fragments. "He does not kill for pleasure," one deserter said, huddled in my doorway during a storm, fingers wrapped around a steaming cup. "But if you step between him and what he is hunting, he will not step aside. You feel like a fly flung against a wheel. He does not hate you. You are simply in the way." "And yet," I said, "you are alive." The man stared into the steam. "I ran," he said. "I chose not to be in the way." Geralt's road took him through lands where elves still sheltered in forests like stubborn ghosts refusing to attend their own funerals. It took him past villages where men in uniforms burned grain stores to deny food to an enemy, forgetting that hunger does not differentiate between colours on a map. It took him into the orbit of kings, whether he wished it or not. He visited a queen in a duchy where the wine was good and the problems were, briefly, of the older, simpler variety. Love, jealousy, a monster in the woods. For a moment, reports reached me like light from a different, gentler world. Geralt at a tournament, absurdly. Dandelion drunk on both adoration and actual drink. The witcher's hand resting almost peacefully on a silvery-haired woman's shoulder as they watched the sun set over vineyards. "Toussaint," Ciri said quietly when I told her what I had heard. We were sitting outside the hut, the boardwalk warm under us from a rare clear patch of sun. She squinted at the bright sky as if resentful of its optimism. "I've been there," she added. "Once, as a child. I remember thinking it looked like an illustration in a book. Too perfect. Too clean. The people there tell themselves stories a lot. They forget to notice the dirt." "Most courts are like that," I said. "Some are simply better at arranging the tapestries to cover the stains." "Do you think he was happy there?" she asked. The question came out so suddenly that I almost dropped the fish I was gutting. "For a time," I said, "momentary happiness is the only kind I trust. The other sort is propaganda." She smiled faintly. "Did he stay?" she pressed. "No," I said. "Of course not." "How do you know?" "Because you are here," I replied. "And when a man like that has lost someone like you, any place where the wine is too sweet and the problems too decorative will eventually choke him." She looked away toward the shimmer of water between the reeds. "You make it sound very noble," she said. "It is not noble," I answered. "It is simply that absence makes everywhere else taste of ash. In truth, I think Geralt left Toussaint for more reasons than one girl. Witches are not built for long static happiness, their bones attuned to the rhythm of roads, their minds too accustomed to looking over their shoulders. Give such a man a comfortable bed, and he will sleep badly." So he walked on. By the time he reached the lands nearer to Pereplut, he had acquired scars I had not heard of in tavern tales. Some on his flesh, more in his eyes. His band had changed too. War and fate had taken their taxes. Some had fallen, others had joined. Companions are like that on long journeys. You cannot keep everyone. It is a lesson old men know and young ones resent. Through all of this, he kept asking the same question. "Have you seen a girl? About so high, ash-blonde hair, green eyes, a scar here?" The answers varied. The pattern did not. Again and again he found traces. Places where she had passed like a storm, leaving broken things and bewildered witnesses. A burned estate, a hanged sheriff, a ruined tavern where men spoke of a girl who had laughed like a blade being drawn and then fallen silent, as if the laughter itself had cut her. "He's following a ghost," one soldier said to me once, not unkindly. By the time he reaches where she was, she is already somewhere else. Maybe nowhere. Maybe dead. "And yet he keeps walking," I said. The soldier shrugged. "What else is there to do?" he answered. "What else, indeed? In my hut, the living proof that she was not dead yet sharpened a stolen knife on a flat stone, jaw tight, eyes distant. She listened to my borrowed reports of his journey with a careful blankness, as if afraid that letting any feeling show would crack something open inside her she was not ready to face. Sometimes I wondered what would happen if he walked just a little further north, if his road bent a little more to the east, if some drunk fisherman, a week from now or a month, let slip that there was a strange old man out in the marshes, and that a pale girl with a scar under her eye had bought turnips from his wife. Would he come? Of course he would. Wars, emperors, destinies, sorceresses' plans, all of these are large words. They look impressive on paper, but in the end, people like Geralt are moved by smaller things, by promises, by hands they have held, by the memory of a child's face looking up at them with a trust that hurts more than any blade. I did not tell Ciri any of this. She would have called it sentimentality, and she would not have been entirely wrong. Instead, I tended my herbs, listened to the marsh, and watched the pattern tighten, thread by thread, around this sagging hut, and the girl who sharpened knives on my doorstep. The world was burning. A witcher walked through the flames, and in Pereplut, where nothing important ever happened, I could feel important things drawing near. Before she came, prophecy had been a hobby of mine. In my youth, I had written several papers on it. Dry, thin things full of cross-referenced stanzas and diagrams of timelines. I treated it as another intellectual disease, like fanaticism or patriotism, fascinating in how it distorted human behavior, but not something to be caught. Then I ended up with a living prophecy snoring on my pallet, stealing my blanket. It changes one's perspective. The first time I mentioned Ithleen's words, it was almost accidental. I was sorting through an old box of notes I had saved more out of spite than hope. Among them lay a crumbling copy of The Prophecy of Ithleena Egli Ep Evenien, written in a hand so cramped and precise it might have been scratched by an ant. Ciri noticed it at once. Patients recovering from serious injuries develop a scavenger's eye for distraction. "What's that?" she asked. "A souvenir from a life where people invited me to lectures instead of wanting to hang me," I said. "Lines written by a half-mad elf seer long before you were thought of. It has been used ever since as an excuse for everything from genocide to the price of winter grain." "Read it," she said. I snorted. "You grew up in Sintra," I replied. "You must have heard it 100 times, recited by priests in their most impressive voices. The white frost, the end of days, the last seed of the elder blood, all that." Her jaw tightened. "Read it," she repeated. So I did. Not all of it. I spared us both the more tedious catalogues of plagues and plummeting stars. I read the lines about a chill that would creep across the world, about seas freezing, about men and animals, dying in their millions while snow fell on lands that had never seen it before. And I read the other lines, the ones that had always disturbed me more, about a child, about blood older than human kingdoms, about doors between worlds, and the one who would open or close them. When I finished, the marsh's soft noises flowed into the silence like water. "Poetry," I said, "badly translated at that. The original is more ambiguous. Elves like their metaphors dense." "It is not poetry to them," she said quietly, "or to some others." I watched her profile in the firelight. The scar under her eye caught the glow. "To whom?" I asked, though I already suspected. "Elves," she said, "but not the ones in the forests here. Others, older, angrier. They call themselves NL, the older folk." I raised an eyebrow. "Interesting," I said. I had heard theories about parallel worlds, doors that open and close, letting things slip through. In my circles, those theories were considered unfashionable. They were considered dangerous, she said, uncontrollable. There are few worse insults in court or academy. I agreed. To be told that something cannot be contained. I waited, but she did not go on. Her hand had strayed to her side, fingers rubbing absent-mindedly at the place where the rat's brand lay hidden under bandages and cloth, as if another unseen mark burned deeper. "What do the older folk want from Ithleen's prophecy?" I asked gently. She stared into the flames for a long time. "Later," she said at last. "If I start that story, it will drag us far from this hut, to places your marsh has never dreamed of." "I assure you," I said, "my marsh has dreamed of many things, but as you wish. Later." Prophecy, however, did not wait. It seeped into our days whether we spoke of it or not. Sometimes it came disguised as weather. The autumn grew sharper, the cold more insistent. Frost rhymed the planks of the boardwalk in the mornings, turning every step into a negotiation. Once, in the grey hour before dawn, I woke to find ice on the inside of the window. thin, hairline patterns like script. For a ridiculous instant I thought it might be words. Then the fire crackled as I stirred it, and the lines melted into shapeless droplets. The white frost, I muttered to myself, punctual as omens go. Ciri wrapped her blanket more tightly around her shoulders and rolled her eyes. "It is called winter," she said. "It comes every year. Even here." "Yes," I conceded. "But every winter that doesn't end is preceded by a perfectly ordinary one. That is the problem with disasters. They often begin by looking like something familiar," she huffed. But later I caught her glancing at the window, eyes following the slow creep of ice. Sometimes prophecy came disguised as gossip. A trader from the north told me druids in certain groves had begun speaking of strange signs. The oak circles whispered of birds falling from the sky, of seas where fish died by the thousands and washed up white-bellied along shores, of stars that appeared where no stars had been before. "Druids always see omens," Ciri said, when I repeated it. "It is their profession." "True," I admitted, "but they are usually content with eclipses and comets. When they start muttering about patterns in snowflakes, I grow curious." "Do you believe them?" she asked. "I believe their sincerity," I said, "and their tendency to connect everything they do not understand into one neat, terrifying narrative. It is a human flaw, or elven, or universal. We prefer a terrible meaning to no meaning at all. And what does that make me?" she asked. "Meaning or excuse?" "Both," I said. "And something else, a choice point." She frowned. "You talk like the druids you mock," she said, "full of circles and crossroads." "Age brings some convergence," I replied. "I spent my youth sneering at mystics for seeing patterns everywhere. Then I grew old and realized the world is full of patterns, whether we like them or not. The question is only which ones we choose to obey." "Easy to say from a hut in a swamp," she said. "Harder when people drag you into circles you did not choose." "Ah," I said, "now we return to bandits and bounty hunters, to emperors and sorceresses." "And elves," she added quietly. "And elves," I agreed. It was not only druids who spoke of omens. Bandits, too, had their superstitions. One day, a group of them strayed too far into Periplut, driven by hunger or overconfidence. They paid me a visit, thinking, I imagine, that an old man in a crooked hut would make an easy mark. They were wrong, of course. I had learned enough from Ciri's complaints to move certain objects to more defensive positions. Firewood can be a powerful argument when applied to the right skull at the right moment. The marsh itself proved a greater ally. Two of them vanished with a scream when the ground under their feet turned to sucking mud. The others staggered back to their boat minus their courage and one of their comrades. Later, when I picked up what they had dropped, in their haste a sack of half-rotten apples, a cheap dagger, a piece of torn cloak. I also picked up the words they had flung over their shoulders as they fled. "White-haired rider," one had gasped. "On the road east. He's cursed, I tell you. Where he goes, things die." I did not need to ask who they meant. "Your witcher," I told Ciri that evening as she sat on the threshold mending a boot. "He is acquiring the reputation of a pestilence." "Good," she said without looking up. "Maybe that will keep fools from standing too close." "Fools rarely recognize themselves," I said. "They assume every warning applies to someone else." She stabbed the awl through leather with unnecessary force. "If he is near," she said, almost to herself, "he should turn back. The closer he comes, the more they will tighten the net. Around him, around me, around anyone who walks in a straight line when the world expects them to bow." "Your concern does you credit," I said lightly. "He, however, is unlikely to share it. Men with white hair and long memories are notoriously bad at taking hints." She shot me a look. "Like you," she said. "Exactly," I said. "Prophecy, druids, witches, emperors, elves, it all circled the hut like wolves just outside the firelight. We could feel their presence, hear their distant howls, but for a time they did not break through. We had, in effect, a pause. A thin, fragile interlude cut out of a much larger, harsher song. In that pause, she asked me questions I had not expected. "Do you regret it?" she said one night, staring at the ceiling. "What you did, what you said, the truths that got you exiled." It was late. The fire had burned down to embers. The marsh outside was a black mass threaded with silvery stripes of water. Her voice came out of the dark, like the question of a child who cannot sleep. "Yes," I said. She shifted, surprised. "People expect old radicals to cling to their righteousness like armor. I regret," I went on, "the way I did it. The vanity, the delight I took in humiliating people who were wrong. I enjoyed being clever more than I cared about being useful. That was my sin." "And the truths themselves?" she asked. "No," I said. "Those I do not regret. I regret only not understanding that truth spoken without care can become another form of violence." She was quiet. "And you?" I asked. "Do you regret leaving the rats? What you did in the desert, in the arena, with them?" "With who?" she asked, though she knew. "With the elves who dragged you into their story," I said. "The ones beyond—" Silence long enough that I thought she would refuse to answer. "Yes," she said at last. "And no. I regret every death that did not need to happen. Every time I chose the quick, bloody answer because it was simpler than thinking. Every time I hurt someone who was only in my way, not my enemy. But if I had not done some of those things, I would not be here. I would be dead, or worse." "Worse?" I echoed. "In someone else's cage," she said. "Being used to open doors I do not want opened, or to close them on people who do not deserve it." Her fingers curled into fists on the blanket. "I will not be their key," she said. "Whose?" I asked. "All of them," she snapped. "Elves, men, sorceresses, emperors, druids with their circles, bandits with their brands. I will not be the excuse they use to do what they already wanted to do." Her anger flared in the dimness, sudden and bright. It warmed the room more than the coals. "Prophecy does not interest me," she said. "Survival does. Freedom does. And yet," I said, "prophecy is very interested in you." She laughed, a short, sharp sound. "Then it can stand in line with everyone else," she said. I smiled in the dark, unseen. "Spoken like a true heretic," I said. "Thank you," she replied. We lay then in a silence that was different from the others. Not heavy with unspoken horror, not thin with cautious politeness. A shared, wary peace. Outside, frost crept a little further across the marsh. In distant groves, druids watched the stars and muttered. In palaces, emperors dreamed of conquest and sorceresses of control. In hidden valleys between worlds, elves traced the course of the white frost across maps only they could read. And in Periplut, an old man who had never believed in destiny listened to the breathing of a girl who was supposed to reshape it. If the gods have a sense of humour, it is a bleak one. Spies are simply storytellers with sharper knives. That is a conclusion I reached late in life, after watching the consequences of many of their tales. They gather fragments, arrange them into narratives, then sell those narratives to men who mistake them for truth. The more elaborate the story, the more people it swallows. Around the time Ciri was practicing footwork in my muddy yard, a great many such storytellers were very busy. Far to the south, in Nilfgaard, information flowed like wine. The empire had built its power on steel, yes, and on discipline, but also on the quiet work of eyes and ears in every tavern, every guild, every court. At the centre of that web sat men like Vattier de Rideau and Stefan Skellen. Vattier collected secrets the way some collect stamps, meticulously, with a faint air of boredom. Skellen sharpened them into blades. They knew of the false princess, of course. She was practically a domestic matter. They saw her each day, gliding through the corridors in her pale gowns, practicing signatures that would never truly be hers. They watched the emperor watch her. Emhyr var emreis, dithwen ep aranye ip chelachnames, like a stack of coins, was not a man who wasted his gaze. When he looked at the girl, he saw treaties, legitimacy, a claim that would make the North kneel one day not only from fear, but from the logic of paper. He saw an end to the tedious need for constant war. What he did not see, because no one told him, was the other girl, the one who had slipped from his grasp on sodden castle walls, the one whose blood made sorceresses whisper and druids tighten their circles, the one who, at that very moment, was complaining about the taste of my broth and attempting to convince me that a young convalescent required more salt pork than my pantry could reasonably supply. For a while, the emperor's attention stayed on borders and maps, peace talks and troop movements. But rumours have a way of seeping under doors even in the most heavily guarded palaces. Reports trickled in from distant provinces. A girl named Falka had been seen riding with bandits. A girl with ashen hair and green eyes had left bodies in her wake along certain roads. An arena owner in some nameless town boasted too loudly of a little witch with a sword who made his stands roar. Vattier listened. Skellen listened harder. They compared notes, sifted lies from half-truths from genuine glimpses. They asked questions of the right sort of people, frightened clerks, careless officers, peasants who had seen more than they should and assumed no one important would bother to ask. The story that emerged troubled them. If the girl in the arena truly was Cyrilla, then the emperor's carefully groomed bride was an empty shell, a convenient fiction with an inconvenient expiration date. If she was not Cyrilla, then someone was putting on the mask of the lion's cub and collecting a reputation sharp enough to cut through politics. Either way, it was dangerous. Fetch her was the essence of the instructions that flowed outward. Quietly. Use her if she is useful. Remove her if she is not. Skellen did not need more detail. Men like him are most comfortable when given broad goals and allowed to choose their own methods. He began to draw lines. tracing the girl's path from rumour to rumour, marking probable next steps. He saw the pattern as clearly as I did, though from a very different angle. But even for the most skilled hunter, there are places the net cannot reach. Swamps, for instance, old forests, the corners of the world where maps blur and the ink fades. So Skellen sought another kind of storyteller. Kenna was her name, a seer, not the wild, uncontrollable kind that howl verses in marketplaces and then forget their own words. No, Kenna's gift was of the more domesticated variety, useful, contained. She saw things in dreams, in water, in the reflex shimmer of light on steel. She had learned, or been taught, to direct those visions when properly prompted. She was also a prisoner in everything but name. They brought her into a quiet room with high windows and a bowl of clear water. Skellen asked his questions. Where is the girl? Where will she be? Who shelters her? Kenna, pale and trembling, looked into the water and saw fragments. A horse stumbling in mud. Reeds. Mist. A crooked hut on stilts. The white head of an old man bending over a girl on a pallet. A scar under the girl's eye. A brand on her thigh. A bird carved of wood turning slowly on a string in the draught. Kenna described as much as she could. She faltered when she tried to name the place. Names are anchors the vision had none to offer. Swamp, she whispered. Fog, a river's backwater. North, perhaps east. That is imprecise, Skellen observed. It is all I see, she replied. He believed her. You learn, in his line of work, to discern when someone is lying to you. Her fear was too open, too exhausted to be false. He left the room with more than he had had before, which for a man like him was rarely satisfactory, but always sufficient to start a plan. Much later, when Ciri told me of that vision, she glanced around my hut with a strange expression, as if seeing it through the seer's eyes superimposed on her own memories. The reed-choked channels, the sagging beams, my own skull, bald and bumpy in the firelight. She saw you, Ciri said. She saw a hut, I corrected, and a foolish old man who had not yet learned that hospitality is a dangerous vice. Ciri snorted. You are proud of it, she said. Admit it, that they considered you important enough to spy on. I am many things, I said. Prideful, yes, but I would have preferred to be overlooked this once. While Skellen and his emperor plotted, the north was not idle. In Kovir, far from smoke and battlefields, a different kind of council met. Philippa Eilhart, whose calm gaze could flay a lesser mind more thoroughly than any interrogator's tools, sat at the head of a table in a villa turned into a fortress of silk and spells. Around her were other women, Triss Merigold, Kira Metz, Margarita Low Antil, and more. The lodge. They drank wine and spoke of balance. Kings, in their view, were temporary irritations. Empires rose and fell. What mattered was that magic endured, and that those who wielded it no longer had to bow to the caprices of men with swords and hereditary titles. To ensure that, they needed leverage. The elder blood was perfect leverage. Yennefer, I am told, sat among them for a time. It must have been a peculiar sight, the sorceress with the storm in her eyes and the scar on her soul, surrounded by women who thought themselves her peers, even her allies, and did not quite understand that while they were shaping history with lines and circles, her heart was elsewhere entirely. They spoke to her of destiny, of Ithleen's words, of the necessity of guiding the child for the greater good. Their greater good involved council seats, managed thrones, orderly transitions of power. Yennefer's greater good at that point involved one thing: Ciri's life. Compromise between such visions is difficult. One night in that villa, with its perfumed gardens and its subtle wards, voices were raised more sharply than usual. Words like reckless and sentimental were used, along with obsession. Plates did not quite fly, but glasses trembled. Yennefer left. She took with her more than the lodge wished to lose: knowledge, power, and a determination that had little use for committees. She tried to reach me, Ciri said when we pieced this together later. She always does, even when she pretends not to care. Especially then. She would break the world in half for you, I said, which is admirable and terrifying in equal measure. Geralt would too, she muttered. Yes, I agreed. Fortunately for the world, neither of them is very good at working together with others. Yennefer's path, once she slipped the lodge's leash, curled toward Skellige, toward old stones and older winds. She sought answers in places where the air itself remembers. She found, instead, chains of another kind. Some names you do not need Ciri to whisper for you to know them. Vilgefortz is one. He had survived his own fallmen like that often do, and he had not lost his appetite for rearranging the world according to his tastes. Where the lodge saw Cirilla as a piece to place carefully on the board, Vilgefortz saw her as a prize to hoard. He had tried once to get his hands on her and failed. Men like him do not forget such failures. When Yennefer came within his reach, he took her. Ciri did not describe to me in detail what was done to Yennefer in those hidden rooms. She knew some of it, not all. I, being old and theoretically fragile, did not press. I know enough of instruments and imaginations to fill in what she left unsaid. It is not the sort of knowledge I enjoy exercising. What matters for our story is this: Yennefer was caged, hurt, and questioned. Not about herself, about Cirilla, about what the girl could do, where she might be, how she might be bent. People keep asking about me when I am not there, Ciri said when we reached that part. It's annoying. You should be grateful, I said. Most of us are forgotten as soon as we leave the room. She rolled her eyes, but there was a tremor in her hand when she reached for her cup. Somewhere between Nilfgaard's councils and the lodge's quarrels and Vilgefortz's dungeons, there was another thread weaving in and out of Ciri's fate. Avallac'h. We had spoken his name only in passing before. It is not a name that belongs in a swamp. It belongs on wind-scoured cliffs, in halls of pale stone where the light falls at strange angles. An Ensevhern, a sage, an elf from elsewhere. He had his own understanding of Ithleen's prophecy. For him, the White Frost was not merely a poetic warning, but a real advancing edge and event already written in the bones of worlds. To survive it, he believed, his people needed a child of the right blood, guided in the right way, married into the right line. You see the pattern, I trust. Emhyr, the Lodge, Vilgefortz, Avallac'h, different languages, different aesthetics, same fundamental idea. Take the girl and turn her into a hinge. None of them, at that time, imagined her sitting on a creaking stool in my hut, stubbornly peeling potatoes with more aggression than the task required. They all think in straight lines, I told her. This cause, that effect. This breeding, that outcome. This spell, that control. It is comforting, I suppose, like believing you can predict the weather from the shape of one cloud. "And you?" she asked. "How do you think?" "Crookedly," I said. "I have found it matches reality more closely." She snorted. "So what does your crooked thinking say happens next?" she asked. "In the south," I said, "an emperor sends his hounds north, following a seer's half-seen vision of a hut in a swamp. In the north, sorceresses recalibrate their plans. In a tower somewhere between worlds, an elf watches the frost, creep a little further along his maps, and mutters your name in a language older than human bones. In a hidden stronghold, a madman tightens Yennefer's chains and counts down to the day he can present you to the world as his accomplishment." "And Geralt?" she asked. "Geralt," I said, "walks." She fell quiet. "And me?" she said finally. "You," I said, "sit in my hut and decide whether you will be the hinge they all want or something else entirely." "Something else," she said at once, fierce. "Good," I said, "but saying it is the easy part." Outside, the mist thickened. Somewhere in the darkness, on roads that still remembered the tramp of armies, riders began to move. Skellen with his men, following a seer's glimpse of reeds, other hunters with their own orders, their own maps. In the Emperor's palace, the false Cyrilla practiced a smile before a mirror, unaware that her role had an expiry date written in ink only Skellen and a few others could read. In my swamp, the real Cyrilla traced circles in the dirt with the tip of her boot, scowling at thoughts she did not yet share. Prophecies were being fulfilled, plans set in motion, destinies invoked in speeches. To an outside observer, it would have seemed that the story was approaching its climax. From inside a crooked hut on stilts, it felt simpler. The quiet was ending. News of Yennefer did not arrive as news. It came as a scream. Not out loud, not in the hut. The world outside remained its usual murmur of frogs and seepage. But in the middle of the night, while the fire burned low and my bones were grudgingly sleeping, Ciri bolted upright on the pallet with a sound that was not quite human. I woke with my heart pounding in that unpleasant, erratic rhythm age sometimes gives as a joke. For an instant I thought the war had finally come to Periplot, that soldiers were at the door, that Bonhart or Skellen had found us. Old fears, reaching for old explanations. Then I saw her face. She sat hunched, fists tangled in the blanket, eyes wide and bright in the darkness. Sweat had plastered the ash-blonde hair to her temples. Her breath came in short, sharp bursts, like someone who had been running for miles and had suddenly found there was nowhere left to run. "Ciri," I said, or whichever name you are willing to answer to at this hour. "Wake up fully. You are frightening the furniture." She did not seem to hear me. Her mouth opened and closed soundlessly. For a moment I thought she was going to be sick. Instead, a single word scraped its way out of her throat. Yen. I had never heard her say that name like that before. I had heard it tossed into stories, attached to curses, muttered under her breath when she remembered some particular gesture or line. But this was different. This was a plea. "What did you see?" I asked. She turned her head slowly toward me. In the dim red light of the embers, her eyes looked almost black. "She's in chains," she said. "Again. Always. I felt it. I am a rational man, or I once pretended to be. I like causes I can point at and effects I can measure. Dreams, I have always insisted, are the brain's way of tidying itself. They shuffle memories around, discard some, misfile others. They do not send messages. They do not cross distances. Then Ciri came, and I found myself revising several positions I had thought firmly settled. "Tell me," I said. She swallowed. "The sea," she whispered. "I smelled it, salt and cold. There were cliffs, high, black, with white foam at their feet. I know that place. Skellige, of course. Where else would Yennefer go when she had stormed out of Kovir and the Lodge's tolerable treason? The islands where the wind is older than kings, where druids and jarls shout at one another over ale and storms. She was on a headland," Ciri went on, hair whipping everywhere, cursing because it kept getting in her mouth. She had that look. "The one that makes grown men reconsider their life choices," I suggested. A ghost of a smile flickered across her face and vanished. "Yes," she said, "that one. She was calling me, not with words, with power, the way she does, or used to, when she wanted me to come to her without leaving witnesses." "And did you?" I asked. Her fingers clenched. "I tried," she said. "In the dream, I felt the pull, like the world had turned on its side and I was sliding toward her. There was a tower in the distance, black, narrow. The sea crashed around it. She reached for it and for me, and something else reached back." She shut her eyes. For a moment the hut seemed smaller, as if the walls had leaned in to listen. "Hands," she whispered. But not hands. Spells, claws without bodies. They grabbed her, dragged her away from the edge. I heard her bones hit stone. Then nothing, just the sound of chains. And him. "Him?" I asked, though I knew. "Vilgefortz," she said. The name fell into the room like a stone into a pond. I could feel the ripples in my teeth. We had spoken of him before, of course. You cannot tell Ciri's story without speaking of Vilgefortz, any more than you can tell the story of a plague without naming the pestilence. But the mentions had been abstract, wrapped in curses or sarcasm. Now he was suddenly very close, not in body. He could not reach my hut with his own hands, but in effect. His choice had extended into our night. I remembered then fragments I had heard in the faltering accounts of sailors and traders. A sorceress in Skellige, strange lights on remote cliffs, a ship that had left with more important passengers than the captain had realized and never returned to the same port. The way, afterwards, the druids of the Isles had grown even more morose than usual. I had not tied those threads together into a clear picture. I had not wanted to. Now Ciri did it for me. She went there for me, she said. She thought maybe if she could reach Tor Ziriel, if she could find where the paths crossed, she could pull me out, or at least see where I was. She always thinks she can solve everything if she just finds the right crack in the world. "Many sorcerers do," I said. "Most of them are wrong. Yennefer is only more stubborn when she discovers it." "She was so certain," Ciri whispered. "In the dream I could feel it. It made me angry. How dare she? After everything. after losing me the first time, after Thaned, after him. I knew which him she meant, Emir on his black throne, making deals with destiny like a drunk making promises to his reflection. But there was another, smaller him in the room as well. Geralt, with his quiet, inarticulate love that had never known how to share. Anger, I said, is often the first layer over other things. She glared. Don't lecture me, she said. I know why she did it. Because she loves me. Because she cannot help herself. Because the idea of not trying is worse to her than any torture he can think of. Her voice fractured on the last word. I watched her knuckles whiten on the blanket. Can you see more, I asked softly, of what he does to her? She shook her head sharply, as if trying to dislodge images. No, she said, I woke up. Or he pushed me out. Or she did. I don't know. I just know she is in a dark place now. And in pain. Because of me. No, I said. Yes, she insisted. They hurt her to get to me. The lodge did too. The Emperor. Everyone. It always comes back to me. To what I am. To what I might be. If I had died in that desert, if you had died in that desert, I interrupted, the same men would have found another excuse. Another child with a trace of something in her blood. Another symbol. You flatter yourself if you think you are the only hinge on which they are willing to hang their doors. She flinched, but did not look away. That does not change the fact, she said quietly, that Yennefer is chained somewhere right now, and Geralt is out there walking through fire and frost and corpses trying to find me. And I am here, hiding in your hut, recovering in my hut, I corrected. There is a difference. It will not matter to them, she said. No, I thought, it will not. For those who hunt, anyone not actively dying is strong enough. Later, when she had finally sunk back into uneasy sleep, I sat awake and allowed myself to follow lines I preferred not to dwell on by daylight. Yennefer on the cliffs of Skellige, wind tearing at her hair, stubborn jaw set. She had gone to the Isles looking for a vantage point. The druids there kept old maps, older than human kingdoms. They traced currents of magic as other men traced trade routes. She had persuaded or bullied them into letting her see. On an altar stone that still remembered the weight of sacrifices offered to nameless gods, she had laid out more than just parchment. There had been crystal lenses, a silver mirror, a lock of Ciri's hair safeguarded far more carefully than any political secret. She had looked, with the full force of her will, through worlds. She had seen glimpses, a grey mare rearing on frozen water, a girl sprinting across a white plain while cracks chased her heels, a tower, slim and dark, standing where no tower should stand, its door a slash of impossible black. Tor Ziriel, Tower of Swallow. Yennefer had reached toward it, all caution burned away by need. She had drawn power through herself until her bones rang with it. The air around her had dimmed, colours draining, as if the world were leaning together at that one point. And Vilgefortz, elsewhere, attuned to the same currents, had felt the disturbance. Sorcerers are like spiders. They feel the faintest pluck on the strands of their web. He had smiled, I imagine, quietly, then pulled. Chains, yes, in the end. Iron ones and others of more subtle substance. Spells that bound will and strength. Devices that turned pain into information. I will not describe them. It is enough to say that he hurt her precisely the way an anatomist dissects. Not because he enjoyed suffering, though perhaps he did, but because he respected efficiency. He wanted the shortest path to what he desired: Ciri's location, abilities, limits. He underestimated love. Men like him often do. They consider it a distraction, a weakness. They do not understand that for some, love is simply another form of stubbornness. "She will not tell him," I said aloud into the hut, though Ciri could no longer hear me. "Not what matters. She will try not to," I amended silently. "Everyone breaks, even stones. The question is only how far they bend before they do. I had seen once a woman hold out for days under the attentions of a zealous interrogator. She refused to betray the names of those who had sheltered her lover. She refused to recant words that had been deemed heretical. In the end, she did confess, not because the pain finally broke her, but because the interrogator offered to spare her child. He did not, of course. Such promises are rope, thrown out to seem like salvation, used to pull you closer to the gallows. Yennefer had no child in her arms to be threatened. Her child was somewhere between worlds and wars. That gave her an advantage. It also made the torment more abstract and, in a way, more cruel. She did not have to watch Ciri suffer. She had to imagine it. Imagination can be harsher than sight. I was not there. I did not see her shackles or hear her voice grow hoarse. But I had known enough cages, literal and metaphorical, to fill in the outlines. In the days that followed Ciri's nightmare, something in her changed. Not all at once. Not in any one grand declaration. It showed itself in smaller ways. She trained harder. She argued more. The knife she had been sharpening for days acquired not just an edge, but an intention. When she looked out at the mist, it was with the assessing gaze of someone measuring distances, not of someone wondering about weather. "You are planning," I said, after watching her stare at the same patch of reeds for far too long. "I'm thinking," she said. "You do not do that much unless it leads somewhere," I replied. She huffed, but did not deny it. "I cannot stay here forever," she said at last. "I never offered forever," I said. "Only a pause. A place to heal, enough to decide what sort of fool you want to be next." She glanced at me, one corner of her mouth twitching. "And what sort of fool do you recommend?" she asked. "The kind who does not run toward a tower on a frozen lake while 3 different groups of professional murderers converge on it," I said. "That is a very specific recommendation," she observed. "Experience has made me precise," I replied. She looked back at the marsh. "They are all moving," she said. "Skellen, Bonhart probably, Emhyr's men, the Lodge, Geralt, Yen, even the elves." "Yes," I said, "the world is converging on you. Again." "Then I should not make it easy for them," she said. "I should choose my own ground." "That," I said carefully, "sounds dangerously like sense." She smiled without humour. "Do you know what is at the Tower of the Swallow?" she asked. "Many theories," I said. "Few I trust. Some say it is a crack between worlds. Others that it is a relic of a time before ours, when the spheres had not yet shifted to their current arrangement. Personally, I suspect it is yet another place where men have projected their fears and hopes and then been surprised when those took physical form." "It is a door," she said softly. "A way out, and maybe a way back. Or not. But if everyone insists on using me as a key, I would rather choose which lock I open." "You intend to go there?" I said. "Yes," she answered. I closed my eyes briefly. Then I opened them, because closing them has never stopped anything. "So," I said, "the quiet is ending. Properly, this time." "Yes," she said again. Outside, somewhere beyond the reeds and fog and the familiar croaks of Pereplut, I could almost feel them all shifting. Skellen leaning over maps, tapping a finger on a patch of blankness labelled "Only Marsh." Geralt tightening a strap on his battered saddle. Yennefer in the dark, refusing sleep because sleep is where dreams come, and dreams are where he finds openings. Vilgefortz smiling because he believed the world to be unfolding according to his clever design. And my stubborn, scarred girl on my pallet, staring at a point no mapmaker had yet drawn, where a tower waited on the edge of a frozen lake. The edge of the world, people call such places. They are wrong. The world has no edge. It continues, in one form or another, beyond every cliff and door. What has an edge, what can be pushed past breaking, is the self. Ciri was preparing to walk to that edge. And I, who had once sworn never again to involve myself in history, found I could not simply watch. Empires, like scholars, prefer tidy stories. They dislike loose ends, unanswered questions, inconvenient facts that do not fit the desired thesis. When such things appear, they convene inquests, committees, panels of serious men who ask serious questions and write down answers on very official paper. Around the time Ciri was quietly planning to walk toward the Tower of the Swallow, Nilfgaard held such an inquest about her. I did not, of course, sit in those polished rooms. My feet were sunk in mud, not marble. But later, much later, accounts of what had been said there drifted to me in that peculiar broken way that news travels. Scraps from sailors' boasts, half-remembered testimony from deserters, the wary gossip of merchants who had poured wine for important men and listened while pretending not to. They called it an investigation into the matter of the Princess of Cintra. Which princess, you understand, was the question. Witnesses were summoned from everywhere the story of Ciri had left a mark. Stable hands who had seen a girl ride out under a false name. Innkeepers whose cellars had been emptied by rats. Officers who had escorted a pale, obedient child through corridors and called her "Your Highness," while carefully not meeting her eyes. They were ushered into rooms with high ceilings and narrow windows, made to stand on marble that had seen more confessions than blood, though not by much. At tables sat men in black and silver, inkpots at their elbows, ledgers open, pens ready to turn lives into lines. "What did you see?" they asked. The stable hand spoke of a girl who had mounted her horse as if she had done it 1,000 times before, who had thanked him with a voice that did not match her supposed station. An innkeeper mentioned a group of youngsters who had ridden in like stormwind, laughing too loudly, spending coin too carelessly. He remembered the smallest of them most clearly, because she had watched the room as a wolf watches a clearing. Officers spoke of the false princess in the palace, her perfectly measured steps, her careful smiles. One braver or more careless than the others, admitted that sometimes, when she thought herself unobserved, the girl would touch the embroidered lion on her gown with a bewildered expression, as if it belonged to someone else. The inquest listened, compared, cross-referenced. Patterns emerged. Conflicts, too. "It cannot be both," one counsellor said at last, tapping the parchment. "Either the girl in the palace is Cyrilla, or the girl in these provincial tales is. The Empire cannot tolerate such ambiguity. The Empire, in other words, required a single story. Then we must decide which is real," said Stefan Skellen. He was not the highest-ranking man in the room. Others outranked him in title and seniority. Yet, when he spoke, the quills paused. Skellen had that particular talent prized by emperors and feared by everyone else. He knew how to make decisions that got things done and left no trace of the hand that had made them. "We have the seer," he reminded them. "Kenna, she has seen the girl. Let us add her visions to the evidence." Kenna was brought in. She had not slept well in many nights. Seers rarely do, especially those kept on leashes. Dreams are exhausting enough when they belong only to you. She stood before the table, hands clenched in front of her to stop them trembling. Her eyes were ringed by shadows. She had seen too many things she would rather forget, and been forced to remember them aloud. "You have dreamed of the princess," Skellen said. In that polite tone he used as others might use a knife. "Tell us what you saw." Kenna spoke of Ciri in fragments, because that is how visions come. A girl walking in snow, leaving bloody footprints. The same girl, drenched in sweat and sand in an arena. A swamp hut, an old man's face. Later, a frozen lake under a sky that had forgotten colour. A tower standing alone, with swallows turning around it in a spiral that made her nauseous even in the dream. "I cannot say which is the true one," she whispered, "or in what order they come. Dreams do not obey chronology." "Is the girl in the palace the same as the girl in your visions?" Vatier asked. Kenna hesitated. She had seen the false princess too, once, from a distance, on a balcony, smiling as music drifted up from a courtyard. The girl had looked blank, in a way the other never was. "No," she said at last, "she is not the same." The answer landed like a dropped goblet. Some of the men at the table flinched. Ink splattered. "Be careful, girl," one hissed. "Do you understand what you are implying?" "I understand what I saw," Kenna replied, voice barely audible, "and that you will do as you please with it." Skellen watched her. There was, I am told, a flicker in his eyes, then not pity, not exactly, but perhaps an acknowledgement. A man who manipulates truth as a profession develops a certain respect, however grudging, for those who speak it at personal cost. "Thank you," he said. "You may go." She did not, of course, go. Not far. A seer like Kenna is not allowed to wander. But she left the room, and the men returned to their papers. "So," Skellen said eventually, "the girl in the palace is a useful fiction. The real Cyrilla is at large. Dangerous. If the Emperor learns this, he will be displeased. Then, perhaps," another suggested carefully, "we should trouble him with as few details as possible, until we have something concrete." "The princess," Skellen said, "is concrete." He tapped one of the maps spread before them. His finger rested near the line of marshes, near the blank spaces where the cartographer's ink had given up. "Here," he said, "or perhaps a little further east by now. Riding toward something. We have name after name of those she has touched, and most of them are dead. Magnificence cannot be exposed to such volatility." They spoke then in low voices of options. "Bring her in quietly, present her as recovered. Let the false one disappear in an accident. Kill her where she stood and bury the body. Let the fiction continue. Use her to flush out sorcerers and rebels, then dispose of her." Each suggestion weighed merits and risks, not morals. Morals had been filed elsewhere under rhetoric. Skellen's choice, in the end, was a compromise between cruelty and efficiency. "We take her alive if we can," he said. "Dead if we must. But we do not bring her to the Emperor until we have shaped the story to his liking. He will be less affronted if presented with a solution rather than a problem." He began to assemble his hunting party. Rience was an obvious choice, a mage whose face bore the marks of earlier encounters with both Ciri and Geralt, who hated with the white-hot clarity of those whose pride has been scarred. Hatred, properly harnessed, is a useful fuel. Bonhart was another. He had already demonstrated his ability to catch and break the girl once. Repeating a task is easier. He was promised money, perhaps land, perhaps the chance to finish what he had begun. I doubt he cared which, so long as there was work. Others joined. Soldiers from select units, accustomed to operating in shadows rather than on open fields. Informers, torturers, a small elite band whose presence on any road should have made the surrounding countryside go quiet, with instinctive animal fear. They set out northward, following Kenna's half-murmured directions, the traces of the rats, the reports of a girl seen on a grey mare in certain villages. They moved like a storm you cannot predict on any weather chart, because it is the product of human decisions rather than clouds. All this I pieced together later. At the time, in my swamp, I knew only that the air felt heavier. Birds took off suddenly from reed beds with panicked urgency. Fishermen spoke of seeing hard-eyed men in good armour on roads usually reserved for tax collectors and peddlers. "Something is coming," I told Ciri, as we sat on the boardwalk one evening, watching a sky the colour of old lead. "Many things," she said. "Which one do you mean?" "The kind that wears boots," I said, "and does not accept that certain areas are marked 'Here be monsters' for a reason." "Then we should not be here when they arrive," she replied. "Our thinking," I said, "is converging. The inquest in Nilfgaard did not end with Skellen's departure. Men like Vatier continued to gather information, to smooth reports, to give the Emperor the version of reality best suited to his moods. Emir told cautiously that his bride was exactly who she was supposed to be, raised an eyebrow and asked few follow-up questions. Emperors, like gods, prefer narratives that confirm their choices. In quiet corners, however, the news spread. The real lion's cub was not in the cage they had built for her. She was out somewhere in the wilderness, scarred, armed, angry. For some, this was cause for fear. For others, a thrill. Rebels and patriots, though the labels depend on which side of the border you sit, whispered to one another that perhaps their cause had an unexpected champion. If the true princess is not in Emir's bed, a smuggler in a Mahakam tavern said, slamming his tankard down, then his pretty marriage is a lie. Maybe the north is not so lost after all. Such hopes are as dangerous as any decree. The lodge, informed by their own channels that the empire's confidence in its princess had wavered, recalculated. Philippa scratched lines through certain plans and drew new arrows. Tris Merigold stared at a map where a mark representing Ciri had been moved, and wondered if the girl still remembered the feel of her hair being plaited. Yennefer, chained in Vilgefortz's lair, had no need of inquests or informers. She knew Ciri was alive because she refused to consider the alternative. Sometimes belief is as stubborn as ignorance. In Tor Lara, or some other tower whose name had been lost under the weight of new ones, she clung to thoughts of a little girl stumbling over spell formulas, and of a teenager snarling over lessons in etiquette. Memory can be an anchor when pain seeks to unmoor you. All of them, in their various cages, golden, stone, psychological, revolved around the same absence. In my hut, that absence was very present. Ciri listened when I told her what pieces I had gathered of Skellen's inquest, of Kenna's visions, of the Emperor's convenient blindness. She frowned at certain details, snorted at others. "They will come," she said when I finished, "sooner or later. From Nilfgaard, from the north, from everywhere. All thinking they are the only ones clever enough to have found my trail. Then give them a trail to find," I said, "just not the one they expect." She looked at me, head tilted. "You are suggesting bait," she said. "I am suggesting," I replied, "that when hunters believe they are driving the game toward their snares, it is sometimes possible for the game to steer them into someone else's." "And whose snare would that be?" she asked. "Your own," I said, "if you can set it before they reach you." She was silent a long while. "They will not stop," she said eventually. "Not Skellen, not Bonhart, not the Emperor, not Vilgefortz, not the elves, not the lodge. If I vanish, they will tear the world apart looking for me or for the next me. If I let them catch me, they will use me until nothing is left. If I run forever, all roads end," I said gently. She lifted her chin. "Then I will choose mine," she said. "If I am to be hunted, I will pick the ground. If they want a last stand, they can have one. On a lake. Under a tower. With all their stories watching." "You are very young to speak of last stands," I observed. "You are very old to pretend they can be avoided," she countered. I could not argue with that. So while Nilfgaardian inquests tied themselves into knots and spies compared notes over ink-stained fingers, while Skellen's riders pushed their horses harder along muddy roads, and Bonhart checked the edge of his blade with the calm of a man contemplating a familiar task, while Geralt walked with his jaw set, and Yennefer clung to her fury like a lifeline, my hut in Pereplut became the site of a quieter preparation. Ciri sharpened her sword, not only in steel but in resolve, and I, who had never intended to be anyone's accomplice again, began to help her. She did not tell me about the scar at first. I saw it, of course. It was impossible not to. A narrow, pale furrow running from the corner of her eye down her cheek, cutting across the softness that should still have belonged to youth. It pulled a little when she frowned, gave her face a permanent hint of something wary, even when she tried briefly to relax. I did not ask how she had got it. Old men learn that some stories are like abscesses. They open when they are ready, and prodding only spreads the infection. It was only after we had spoken of Bonhart and the arena, of masks and false princesses, and Geralt walking through war, that she finally touched the scar herself, fingers tracing its edge as if it belonged to someone else. "He gave me this," she said. "Who?" I asked, though I could guess. "Skellen," she said, "and the others, when they tried to look inside my head." I put down the cup I was holding. Strong liquor, traded from a fisherman with more optimism than sense. I suspected I would need it. "Tell me," I said. She did, though not willingly. The words came as if dragged through grit. "After the arena," she began, "after Bonhart had finished teaching me, he took me to a house." She spoke the word with more disgust than she had used for any tavern or camp. Houses, you understand, are supposed to mean safety. Fire, food, walls between you and others' malice. When they are used for other purposes, the betrayal runs deeper. It was a manor, she said. Some petty noble's estate, half empty since the war. Big rooms, polished floorboards, tapestries fading on the walls. They had chosen it because no one would be there to ask questions, or to hear the answers. She lay back on the pallet as she spoke, eyes on the rafters. I, sitting on my three-legged stool, filled in the picture from her fragments. Bonhart had delivered her like a butcher delivering a carcass to a kitchen. Skellen's men had taken over from there. They had removed the chains around her neck and wrists only to replace them with others, more delicate but no less binding. Spells, watchful eyes, the constant presence of steel within arm's reach. They put me in a chair, she said, heavy, bolted to the floor, my arms tied to the rests, my ankles to the legs. They did not bother with a gag. They wanted to hear me. "Inquisitors always do," I murmured. "They are not satisfied with your pain. They need your words to justify it." She went on as if she had not heard. "Skellen sat in front of me," she said, "at a desk, as if we were in a lesson. He had papers, questions. Behind him stood Bonhart. I could feel his eyes on the back of my neck like a weight." "The mind reader?" I asked. "Where was he?" She shivered. "In the corner," she said. At first, I thought he was part of the furniture. He was small, withered. His legs were twisted. He sat in a wheeled chair with a blanket over his knees. His hands were the only thing about him that looked alive, long fingers always moving. He smelled of lavender water and sour milk. "An odd combination," I said. "Pretense and decay," she replied. He was their pet, their tool. They called him the Reader. Not a real name, just a function. Skellen had introduced him with the calm courtesy he reserved for instruments. "He will not hurt you," he had said, or something similar. "He will simply look." "Liar," Ciri said now. "He hurt. Not the way Bonhart did. Different. Worse in some ways." She swallowed. "They asked me questions first," she went on. "Names, places, what I had done, where I had gone, who had helped me. I did not answer, or I lied. It annoyed Skellen, but he stayed polite. He seemed to take it personally that I did not find his questions compelling. "Does anyone?" I asked. "Some do," she said. "They crumble at manners faster than at blows." When questions failed, they nodded to the Reader. He wheeled himself closer, she said. His eyes were empty, not like Bonhart's. Bonhart's emptiness is something he built himself, a wall. The reader's was more like the inside of a well, deep, dark. Something might be moving at the bottom, but you do not want to lean over far enough to see. He had reached out one hand and placed his fingertips against her temple. There had been no ritual, no Latinized phrases, no crackle of blue lightning. Those are for theatrics. Real magic is often very quiet. At first it was nothing, she said, a pressure, like standing under a waterfall. Then it pushed. Not into my head. Through it. As if someone had picked up my thoughts like pages and started riffling through them. I grimaced. I have spent my life arranging thoughts carefully. The idea of someone else's fingers pawing through them makes my skin crawl. He went looking, she said, for the same things Skellen wanted. Where I'd been, who I'd met, what I could do. He saw bits and pieces, Kaer Morhen, Geralt, Yennefer, Brokilon, the rats, the arena. He did not understand all of it. It was like trying to read a book in a language he only half knew. But he saw enough. How do you know? I asked. Because I felt him react, she said. He flinched at some things, lingered on others, tried to push deeper when he tasted power. I was afraid. She said the last word calmly, but her fingers twisted in the blanket. I had never felt anything like it, she said. Pain is simple. You can bite down on it. You know where it is. This was intrusion, being hollowed, a sense that if he kept going, there would be nothing left that was really mine. So you pushed back, I said. She nodded. Instinct, she said. Not some grand, conscious choice, just no. Like slapping a hand away from a burning coal, even if you are the one on fire. Her power? The one that had slept uneasily in her bones since before she had words for it, woke up. I don't remember words, she said, or signs, just the feeling of everything inside me tightening and then snapping outward, like a bowstring breaking. The reader screamed. She did not hear it with her ears. She felt it in her skull. It was like a mirror shattering, she says. His presence, his fingers in my thoughts gone. Cut. Something tore in him too. I saw for a moment. I saw through his eyes. Blood. The ceiling. Skellen's face, very small and far away. She blinked hard, as if the memory stung. I killed him, she said flatly. His heart stopped. His mind cracked. I did not mean to, but I did. In self-defense, I said. She snorted. I doubt that would have comforted him, she said. The room had erupted, of course, men shouting, chairs scraping. Magic does not go politely where it is not invited. Skellen leapt up, she said. Rience tried to throw a spell. It fizzled. Bonhart moved toward me. The cords on the chair snapped, or burned. I still don't know which. I was suddenly free, and you ran, I guessed. I tried, she said. She tore herself from the chair and staggered toward the door, the world strobing with the after-images of what she had done. Her limbs felt wrong, too light, as if they did not belong entirely to her. Power, once unleashed, rarely returns to its bottle without a fight. Everything blurred, she said. My head pounded. There was blood on my face. I couldn't tell if it was mine. I heard someone shouting my name. Volker. Ciri. Witcher? Monster? They all sounded the same. And Skellen? I asked. He threw something, she said. She closed her eyes and touched the scar again. "A star," she said. "A little metal star with blades. Pretty. Deadly. He had a bandolier of them. I had seen them glittering before, thought they were ornaments. I was stupid. He had never had cause to throw one at you before," I said. "He found one," she replied. "He had hurled it with that same bureaucratic precision he brought to his work. No flourish, just aim and execution. It hit here," she said, finger tracing from the corner of her eye down her cheek. "It felt like heat. Not sharp. Not at first. Then the world went white. Blood in the eyes blinds you faster than any spell." She stumbled, crashed into a table, sent ink and papers and glass flying. Men shouted and cursed, slipping on the mess. In that chaos, something in her instinct, training, pure bad-tempered luck found a path. She kicked one man in the knee hard enough to hear it crack. She drove her elbow into another's throat. Bonhart reached for her. She dropped under his arm, grabbed a fallen sword, slashed at whatever flesh she could reach. "I think I cut Rience," she said. "On the hand or the face?" He screamed. Again. "He does that a lot around me." "An encouraging habit," I said. She almost smiled. "And then," I prompted. "And then I ran," she said simply. For real this time. Out of the room, down a corridor. The house blurred into streaks of colour and pain. She did not know which door led outside. She chose the one that smelled of cold. It led through kitchens, she said. Servants scattered. Pots clanged. Someone tried to grab me with greasy hands. I bit him. "Effective," I said. She burst into a yard. The sky hit her like a physical blow. It was evening or morning. Time had lost meaning. Her face burned. Blood ran into her mouth. Salt and iron and ink. Kelpie was there, she said. The mare again, the only constant in her recent life besides pursuit. They had kept her stabled by the gate, Ciri went on, to show me she was still there. A promise or a threat? I screamed her name. She kicked the stall door open. She had that kind of bond with the horse. I believe it. I have seen lesser miracles. They were shouting behind me, she said. Skellen, Bonhart, the others. I did not look back. Looking back is for stories, not for running. She hauled herself into the saddle one-handed, half-blind. Pain flared through her side where old wounds tore anew. She kicked her heels and Kelpie leapt, hooves striking sparks from stone. They were close, she said. I heard arrows. One grazed my arm. Another hit the doorframe by my head. I felt something. A spell. Like hot breath on my neck. It missed. Or I dodged. Or luck tripped it. She laughed, short and bitter. And then we were out, she said. Through the gate, onto the road. I rode without thinking, just away, away from the house, away from them, away from everyone who wanted a piece of me. Toward what? I asked. Toward nothing, she said. There was only a way. For a while, that was enough. The wind on her face, cold and stinging. The mare's muscles bunching under her, trees flashing by, mud, then frozen ruts, then snow, then ice. The world narrowed to the rhythm of hoofbeats and the need not to fall. Somewhere, she said, a part of me knew I was riding north and east, toward the lake, toward the tower. I had seen it in dreams. In Yennefer's dream, in my own. It felt like a place where a way might become something else. What drove you? I asked. Hope? Despair? Revenge? She thought. Fear, she said, and anger, and something else, a kind of emptiness, as if when the reader pushed into my mind and I pushed back, something broke between me and my past. The rats, the arena, the little girl in Sintra. I felt like all those had happened to someone else, someone who was gone. Dissociation, I said without thinking. What? She asked. A word scholars use when people feel exactly what you describe, I said. It sounds clever. It does not help. She shrugged. Maybe I needed it, she said. If I had felt everything fully in that moment, every death, every face, every time I had failed or been failed, I would have gone mad. Or stopped. Rience and Skellen would have caught up. Bonhart would have finished his work. The Emperor would have had his trophy. The elves their key. The lodge their project. The world its little prophecy. Her hand clenched on the blanket. I chose not to, she said. I chose to be empty enough to move. And here you are, I said softly. Not empty any more, but carrying a scar. She touched her cheek again. I do not mind the scar, she said, surprising me. It reminds me that I am not their doll, that I fought back, that I am not as pretty as the girl in the palace, and that this is good. You connect beauty with tractability? I asked. I connect it with expectations, she said. Men look at a flawless face and see something they can shape. They look at mine and hesitate. Sometimes that is enough. The scar on the outside, I said, is not the only one. No, she agreed, but it is the only one others can see. The rest are my business. After she had escaped the manor, after she had ridden until her lungs burned, after the sky had turned again and again from grey to black to grey, Skellen and his men had not given up. Nor had Bonhart. They followed relentless along ruts and over ice. The story of that final chase across the lake, of Tarn Mira and the Tower of the Swallow, would come later. For now, I said, it is enough. She looked at me, surprised. You do not want to hear the rest? She asked. I do, I said, but you are not there yet. She frowned. I am here, she said, in your hut. Precisely, I replied. You have reached Periplut in your telling. You have reached the moment where I found you with half your blood in the mud, and the other half determined to leak out. The structure of a story demands we return to that point before walking you onto the ice again. Otherwise, my old academic colleagues would be quite scandalized. She snorted. I thought you did not care what they think, she said. I do not, I said, but I care about coherence, even in tragedies. She rolled her eyes and muttered something unflattering about professors. Then she fell silent, hand still resting lightly on the scar. In that moment, I saw her as she truly was, not the child of prophecy, not the Emperor's bride that wasn't, not Falca, not the rat, not the witch's ward, not the elf's key. Just a girl who had had her mind invaded and responded with a force that had burned both her enemy and part of herself. Chains had broken in that manner, metal ones, mental ones. They had freed her body and marked her face. They had also severed her more cleanly than she admitted from who she had been before. Scars, I have learned, are not just reminders of pain. They are new lines drawn on old maps. They say, here something happened. Here the landscape changed. On Ciri's face, that line ran from eye to cheek. On her soul, it ran from past to whatever came next. And what came next for both of us was winter and Sovine. And a tavern where hunters drank without knowing the girl they sought was closer than their own throats. The swamp, for a while, became an island. Outside, lines were tightening. Skellen riding north with his pack of professionals. Bonhart sharpening his sword with the patient care of a craftsman. Emperors and sorceresses rearranging their pieces on invisible boards. Inside my crooked hut, our days shrank to small, stubborn things. Wounds, wood, words. In the mornings, I checked her bandages, listened to her lungs, watched the colour come back into her face, not as blush, but as pallor, with a hint of something not entirely corpse-like. In the afternoons, she insisted on working, because idleness, she said, had led her into trouble more often than steel ever had. So she fetched water, cursing the weight of the bucket and the slipperiness of the planks. She chopped wood with awkward one-handed blows until I took pity on my firewood and showed her how to let the axe do the work. She picked leeches from my eel traps with a grim fascination, as if studying a lesson the world had been trying to teach her for some time. They take just enough, she said once, holding one up between thumb and forefinger. Then drop off. Civilized. They lack ambition, I replied. They lack delusions, she said. In the evenings, when the mist thickened and the wind sent the reeds whispering against one another like conspirators, we talked. At first, it was mostly her story. It spilled out of her in fits and starts, dragged like wreckage from a riverbed. Sintra, Brochelon, Kaer Morhen, fleeing, chasing, the rats, the arena, Skellen's manor. She told it reluctantly, but once begun, she could not quite stop. There is a compulsion in confession. You hope, absurdly, that speaking will make the weight lighter. She told it badly, from a scholar's point of view, out of sequence. With important details tossed in as afterthoughts and trivial ones described at length because they had lodged themselves under her skin. I sorted in my head the way one might order a library looted by enthusiastic illiterates. Eventually, inevitably, she turned the questions back. "And you?" she said one night, as we picked fish bones from between our teeth. "How did a man with your head end up feeding frogs?" "Carelessness," I said. She narrowed her eyes. "It must have been impressive carelessness," she said. "They do not exile old men for misplacing a footnote." "Sometimes they do," I said, "if the footnote mentions the wrong god, or the wrong king, or asks why, precisely, peasants should bleed for both." She leaned forward, elbows on knees. "Tell me," she said. So I did. Not the whole biography, you understand. I spared her my tedious childhood, my first professorship, the thrill of lecturing to rooms full of young faces who had not yet learned to hide their contempt. I went instead to the moment that mattered. "There was a war," I began. "There is always a war," she interjected. "Precisely," I said. "That was my point. It had been one of the small ones, in the grand scheme. A quarrel between neighbouring duchies over a strip of land more notable for its rocks than its crops. Men died, as they always do, for someone else's cartography. In those days, I still believed that words might prevent such idiocies. Or at least shame them. So I wrote. An essay, I said, on the nature of rulers and ruled, on the fiction of divine right, on the idea that a peasant's life might, theoretically, be worth as much as a baron's. I demonstrated with more wit than prudence that most wars are not fought over ideals, but over pride and inheritance. "And they exiled you for that?" Ciri asked. "Oh no," I said. "They rewarded me." She blinked. "They made me counselor to a prince," I said. He fancied himself enlightened. He liked the sound of my words. He ordered copies made and distributed. He quoted me at feasts. "Sounds pleasant," she said. "It was unbearable," I replied. "They wanted the appearance of criticism without its consequences. So I provided the consequences. I advised my prince honestly. I told him his taxes were strangling his subjects. I told him his officers were thieves in uniform. I told him his alliance with a certain northern kingdom would lead only to his being ground into dust between larger boots. I told him, in short, that if he continued as he was, his people would hang him at the first opportunity, and I would be disinclined to cut him down." "And?" Ciri asked. "And the people, lacking energy between harvests, did not hang him," I said. Instead, his fellow nobles suggested that the problem was not his policies, but his counsellors' lack of tact. I was given a choice, recant or retire. "You retired," she guessed. "I chose a compromise," I said. "I recanted publicly and retired immediately." Then wrote another essay, circulating anonymously, explaining in detail why recantations under pressure are worth less than leeches in winter. "That," she said, "sounds like you." The Duke agreed, I said dryly. He agreed so strongly that he put a price on my head, not a large one, enough to attract only the more mediocre bounty hunters, inconvenient people, persistent. "So you ran," she said. "Yes," I replied. "I ran. To the swamp, where mediocrity sinks." She considered this. "You could have flattered him," she said. "Said what he wanted to hear. Lived comfortably." "I could have," I agreed, "and likely watched him start a larger war in which more people would die for his vanity. I chose instead to speak, then flee. Cowardice wrapped in honesty, or honesty wrapped in cowardice. The packaging is debatable." She was quiet. "Geralt would say, 'You did the right thing,'" she said at last. "Yennefer would say, 'You did it stupidly.'" "Both may be correct," I said. In the lull that followed, with the fire snapping softly and the marsh breathing outside, something shifted between us. My past, laid out in clipped lines, seemed suddenly less weighty compared to hers. Yet it gave us a strange parity. 2 exiles, one from thrones and crowns and might have been destinies, one from footnotes and council chambers and petty dukes. "Do you miss it?" she asked. "Your old life? Teaching, arguing, being important?" "Sometimes," I said. "On cold nights I miss good wine and bad debates. And books. Real books, not mouldy scraps I have reread so often the ink has started to complain. Mostly, though, I miss the illusion that words could stop blades." "And now?" she pressed. "Now I know they cannot," I said. "But they can at least name them accurately." She nodded slowly. "That matters," she said. "It does," I said. "Names matter. Which brings us back, rudely, to you." She made a face. "Do we have to?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "You have told me much, but There is one thing you have avoided, quite cleverly, each time we approach it. Which? She asked warily. Vengeance, I said. She tensed, the way a horse does when it hears a sound only it can interpret. I have spoken of Bonhart, she said, of Skellen, of Rience. You have described them, I corrected. You have not said what you intend to do about them, beyond running. She stared at the embers, jaw clenched. What does it matter what I intend? She muttered. The world will twist it into something else anyway. Possibly, I said. But intentions are the only part of this mess over which you still have some control. I would like to know whether the girl in my hut plans to become a storm or a stone. She let out a breath between her teeth. I want them dead, she said. There it was. Simple, clean, no rhetorical flourishes. Which them? I asked. All of them, she shot back. Skellen, Bonhart, Rience. The men who held me down. The ones who watched. The ones who paid. The ones who thought it was amusing to see a girl in chains. The ones who wrote reports about me while I bled. That is many throats, I observed. You have only one sword. Then I will start with those I can reach, she snapped. And after? I asked. After? She blinked as if the concept surprised her. After, I do not know. Important detail, I said. Even storms exhaust themselves. She glared. Do you think I should forgive them? She demanded. Become some saintly fool who says they did not know what they were doing. Let them be. You, who were exiled for speaking truth, would you have me lie with my actions now? No, I said. I think you should neither sanctify nor delude yourself. Killing them will not make what happened unhappen. It will not heal your scar. It will not bring Missile back or empty the arenas of ghosts. It will, however, remove certain dangerous men from the world. That is not nothing, but it is not everything. She listened, lips pressed tight. If you must shed blood, I went on, know why each drop falls. Otherwise, you become what they already call you, a butcher. She exhaled slowly. I want Skellen to know, she said, when he dies. I want him to understand that the girl he called a problem, a matter, an imperial inconvenience, is the one cutting his throat. I want him to see me. Reasonable, I said. And Bonhart? Her eyes went distant. Bonhart, she said quietly. I want to fear something, for once. We let that hang between us, the idea of making fear enter a man who had spent his life extracting it from others. And Rience? I asked. Rience is an irritation, she said. He will scream. He always does. I do not care what he understands, only that he stops. Efficient, I said. Outside, the wind shifted. A colder current slid over the marsh. Sauvine is near, I said. She looked at me blankly. The autumn feast, I explained. End of the old year, beginning of the new. Bonfires. Drunkenness. Overspending on food people cannot afford. And in some places, an old superstition that on Sauvine the dead walk nearer, and the living may speak to them in dreams. Her expression did not change, but her fingers tightened around her cup. I have heard of it, she said. In Sintra, there were lanterns on the walls. My grandmother insisted on extra guards against fools and spirits. The fools came. The spirits did not. In Dundare, I said, Sauvine is an excuse for more drink and less caution among certain gentlemen. Dundare, she repeated. You mentioned it before. A little town, I said. Half traders, half cutthroats. There is a tavern on the main road where men like Skellen's henchmen stop when they think they are unseen. Men whose uniforms have been left in saddlebags for the night. Men who talk too loudly when the mugs pile up. She eyed me. And you know this how? She asked. An old hermit has few entertainments, I said. Listening to fishermen boast about the brutes they have seen at Dundare's Inn is one of them. You think his men will be there? She said. I think, I replied, that a man like Skellen on a long hunt will allow his dogs occasional tavern nights, to keep their teeth sharp. It would be a shame if, on Sauvine, some of those teeth were removed. By accident, she said. Very unfortunate, I agreed. We sat then, the shape of an idea crystallizing between us. Not Skellen himself, I said. Not yet. He is too careful to sit in a crowded taproom when others can do his listening. But his lieutenants, the ones who held you down, the ones who laughed, the ones who think of you as nothing more than a line in a report titled Subject Falker. They will be drunk, she said. Loud, arrogant, the best kind, I said, for dying. She looked down at her hands. I could go, she said slowly, on Sauvine, as everyone else goes, cloaked, hooded. No one looks closely at a girl travelling alone if she moves like a servant or a whore or a widow. They glance, then forget, until it is too late. Until she begins to choose who does not leave the tavern, I said. Yes, she whispered. We did not speak of the risks. They hung in the air regardless. Taverns are messy places. Knives are not selective. Revenge, once begun, has a way of extending itself beyond original parameters. You disapprove, she said after a while, studying my face. I am too old to approve or disapprove of other people's necessary follies, I said. I can only advise on method. And your advice? She pressed. Do it quickly, I said. Do not linger over their fear. That way lies, Bonhart. Kill, speak your truth if you must, then leave. No speeches, no dramatic pauses. They would not grant you the same. She nodded. And if I do not go, she added, almost as an afterthought, then you will dream of their faces on Sauvine, I said, and the year after, and the year after that, until you grow as old and bitter as I am. I do not recommend it. She laughed then, a short, startled burst. I thought hermits told people to forgive and forget, she said. Only those who have never had anything worth remembering, I replied. Sauvine drew nearer. In the days before, the marsh changed. The colours dulled. The reeds rattled more loudly in the wind. Birds gathered in restless clusters, then arrowed south in ragged lines. The sky took on that particular ceiling grey that promises snow whether or not it delivers. I watched Ciri as she prepared. She checked Kelpie's hooves with the care of someone inspecting a friend's boots before a long walk. She mended her cloak, reinforced seams that might tear at the wrong time. She sharpened her sword not with the obsessive fury of earlier days, but with measured strokes. Her scar, pale against her cold-reddened skin, seemed almost to gleam. On the morning of Sauvine, mist lay thick over Periplot. The sun was a rumour beyond it. She stood on the boardwalk, cloak wrapped tight, saddlebag light, but heavy with intent. You could still stay, I said. So could you, she answered. I smiled despite myself. Bring my stool back if you steal it to brain someone, I said. I'll try, she said. She swung into the saddle. For a moment, silhouetted against the thin light, she looked very young. Then she nudged Kelpie forward, and the image fractured into something harder. Ciri, I called. She half turned. Do not let vengeance be the only thread you follow, I said. Leave room for something else to grow after. Like what? She asked. That, I said, is your problem to solve. She snorted, shook her head, and rode into the mist. I stood there until the sound of hooves faded, swallowed by the swamp. Behind her, in the hut, the fire snapped once, sending up a small plume of sparks. Ahead of her, in Dundare, men in good boots and bad hearts raised their mugs, not knowing that on this Sauvine some of them would drink with their executioner. The swamp resumed its breathing. The island of our pause had shrunk to one old man and an empty pallet. History, which had been pacing outside for weeks, began to knock on the door. Sauvine is a night for ghosts. In cities, they name those ghosts politely ancestors, saints, honoured dead. They light candles and whisper prayers, and then drink enough that they no longer care whether anyone is listening. In Dundare, they are less particular. They call anything that walks the streets after midnight a ghost. And if it bleeds when you stab it, they simply say it has not yet realized it is dead. I had not seen Dundare in many years, but it had not changed in ways that matter. The stories that drifted to my hut painted it vividly enough. A road town, a cluster of houses clinging to the crossing of two routes like barnacles to a rock. A tavern with a crude sign, a blackened beam over its door from which once a man had hung for cheating at cards. A yard where horses stamped and snorted in the cold, breath steaming. On Sauvine, fires in barrels at the corners, lanterns swinging, a looseness in people's shoulders that meant trouble. She told me the rest later. At the time, on that grey afternoon, I watched her ride into the mist, and imagined what I would have done had I been half my age and twice as foolish. She did much the same. She left Kelpie in a lean-to behind the tavern, paid the boy who took the reins with a coin and a glance that warned him what would happen if he failed in his simple duty. She pulled her hood low, walked with her shoulders slightly hunched, steps small, unthreatening. The posture of a servant, a camp follower, a girl who has learned to move as if apologizing for existing. Inside, the tavern was thick with smoke and steam. Sausages turned on spits over a low fire, oozing fat. The floor was a film of spilled beer and mud. Men shouted to be heard, shouted for the pleasure of shouting, shouted because the fear that usually clenched their throats had been temporarily drowned in drink. She slipped among them, a grey shadow. No one noticed. That is the first skill of survivors, the art of being unremarkable until you choose otherwise. They were at a corner table, she said, 4 of them. I recognized 2 at once, the ones from the manor. Men who had held her down, laughed at her fury, watched the reader reach into her mind as if she were a chest to be rifled. Without uniforms, they looked almost ordinary. That is the unsettling thing about tormentors. Strip them of symbols, and they resemble any other tired, middle-aged men taking comfort in a shared bottle. Skellen was not there, she said. Of course, he would not risk it. But these were his hands, his eyes. His little echo chamber. They were half drunk, dice scattered on the table, a cheap Sauvine lantern flickering between the mugs. They spoke of the hunt, of the girl, of bonuses promised if she were delivered alive, of what they might do with her first, when their commander was not looking. I listened, Ciri said, for a long time, until it was no longer listening but counting their words, their sins, their fragile, vulnerable moments. She waited until the tavern was at its loudest, until the fiddler in the corner had stumbled into a tune everyone knew and half the room had tried to sing along, voices colliding. She waited until the faces at the table were flushed and their hands, reaching for dice and tankards, were fractionally slower. Then I moved, she said. She did not stride up and announce herself. This is not a ballad. She did what she has always done best when pushed. She used the world's own carelessness against it. She passed their table once, a serving girl in a borrowed apron, carrying a jug. She spilled a little deliberately on one man's sleeve, muttered an apology in a flattened accent. He cursed and waved her away without looking at her face. The second time, she came with another jug and a slice of sausage on a wooden plate, balanced carefully. As she leaned in to place it, her hand brushed the hilt of the dagger at the nearest man's belt. Familiarity, the sort gained in 100 taverns, made him ignore the touch. The third time, she came with nothing. His hand went for the jug, she said, out of habit. There was none. By the time he looked up, the knife was already in his throat. She described it clinically, the angle, the depth. She remembered, she said, not the blood, but the sound of his breath catching around the blade, like someone trying to swallow a laugh that had turned into something else. He slumped forward onto the table. For a moment, the others stared at him. Slow, drunk brains trying to reconcile the image with the expectation that Sauvine misfortunes would not involve them personally. Then she moved again. The second reached for his sword, she said. I stepped on his foot, hard. Men forget their training when their toes scream. I slit his wrist while his fingers were still trying to obey 2 orders. A tavern brawl is like a fire. Once started, it spreads according to its own logic. Someone shouted. Someone else stood up, knocking over a bench. A chair went flying. A mug smashed. The fiddler wisely stopped playing. Ciri stayed in the eye of that storm, calm, focused, not looking left or right, not drawn into the wider chaos. She cared only about the remaining 2. One tried to run, she said. He pushed through the crowd, knocking people aside. I followed. For a moment, I thought the press would hide him. Then someone tripped him. By accident, I think. Or maybe Sauvine's ghosts wanted company. She caught up in the doorway, steel between his shoulder blades. He did not die immediately. Few do, despite what stories claim. He staggered out into the yard, hands scrabbling at nothing, breath misting in the cold air. She let him fall, boots crunching on the thin skin of ice on puddles. When he turned onto his back, he saw my face, she said. Properly, without the hood. And? I asked. He did not recognize me, she said. She smiled then, a quick, small thing edged with bitterness. That stung, she admitted. I had carried his face with me, burned into my skull, lying awake in your hut. He could not even place mine as he choked. I almost told him, "It is me, the girl you laughed at, the one you helped chain." But I realized it did not matter. He was dying anyway. My name would not change the colour of his blood. Back inside, the last of the four had drawn steel. The room had given him space. Sovin or not, people recognize when the drunken stupor has tipped into something more final. He shouted for Skellen, Ciri said, as if Skellen could spring from the floorboards, as if that name were a spell that could invert reality. Did it? I asked. No, she said, but it made me angrier. They circled one another amid the wreckage of benches. He was trained, disciplined, not Bonhart, but no novice. She was tired, scar still pulling, mind still half full of old chains. He called me Falka, she said they had not finished with me, that they would catch me again, cut me more carefully this time. And what did you say? I asked. Nothing, she replied. Talking is for people who deserve words. He did not. She feinted left, then cut right. He blocked, riposted. For a moment they were two shapes in the dim light, the room around them blurred by the narrowed focus of those who watch death up close. I remembered Bonhart, she said, the way he wasted no movement. I tried to be less like myself, less wild, more precise. It worked. Not perfectly. She took a slice along her forearm that would later reopen an old wound. But in the end, she put her blade where his armor did not cover. A thin gap at the collar, a sliver of neck. He gurgled, she said. They always gurgle. No one tells you that in the stories. It is a ridiculous sound to make while you are dying. She stepped back and watched him sag, sword clattering from his hand. The room held its breath. Sovin is a night for ghosts. Dundare, briefly, had 4 new ones. What did the others do? I asked. Nothing, she said. For a moment, no one moved. Then the innkeeper started shouting about his floor. That broke the spell. Men began shouting at each other, at me, at the dead. I sheathed my sword and walked out. Just like that, I said. Just like that, she echoed. Sometimes the simplest escape is the one no one expects. They anticipated a screaming witch running for the door, not a girl who had simply finished what she came to do. I believed her. People are better at imagining drama than competence. She reached Kelpie, mounted, and rode away. Behind her, Dundare's tavern spilled its fears and rumours into the streets. Some would swear, later, that Falka herself had come on Sovin. Others would insist it had been just another tavern fight gone bad. Stories diverged. Fear, however, remained. On the road back to Pereplut, alone with the mare and the ache in her arm, the silence hit. Did it help? I asked her when she finished the tale. She stared at the wall for a long time before answering. Yes, she said, and no. A popular refrain, I murmured. It felt right, she said slowly. Clean, in a way. They were men who had chosen their work. They had held me down, laughed while others hurt me. I took something from them that they would have taken from me. There is a symmetry I can live with. And yet, I said. And yet, she admitted. Afterwards, riding back, I felt empty again. Not like after the reader. Different. As if I had proved something to myself, and found that the proof changed nothing. The dead stayed dead. The past stayed the past. Skellen still lived. Bonhart still breathed. Yennefer was still in chains. Geralt was still walking through hell. And you, I said, were still you. Yes, she said softly, scar and all. When she rode back into Periplot, it was nearly dawn. The mist was beginning to thin. I was sitting on the boardwalk with a blanket around my shoulders and a pot of something vile but warming in my hands. "You are late," I said. "You are old," she replied. We regarded each other for a moment. There was blood on her sleeve, but her eyes were clear. "Did you bring my stool back?" I asked. She dropped it with a clatter on the planks. "You were right," she said. "It makes a good weapon." "I seldom lie about furniture," I said. Later, after she had washed, and I had insisted on checking her reopened wounds, and she had insisted on glaring while I did so, we sat by the fire. "Well?" I asked. "Well, what?" she countered. "Skellen's men?" "Fewer," she said. "That is something," I said. "Yes," she agreed. "It is." We did not talk of it further that day. The marsh reclaimed our attention. A storm rolled in, rattling the hut. The roof leaked in 3 new places. Eels needed gutting. Life stubbornly went on, but something in her had shifted. The vengeance she had carried like a stone in her gut had been not removed, but chipped. A piece taken off, examined, put aside. She walked a little lighter. She slept a little more deeply, though the dreams still came. "They will know," I said one evening, days later. "Skellen, Bonhart. They will hear what happened in Dundare and understand who did it." "Good," she said. "Skellen will send more men," I went on. "He may come himself." "Let him," she said. "You invite storms now?" I asked. "No," she said. "I invite endings. In the distance, beyond the marsh, beyond the crooked lines of my own small world, the larger one spun on. In Nilfgaard, the inquest adjusted its records to account for the sudden, unfortunate deaths of 4 loyal servants. Kenna, when informed, did not cry. She stared at the wall and felt a weight shift in some ledger only she kept. In Vilgefortz's tower, Yennefer sensed something too. Not a specific event, just a slight easing of a tension she had not known she carried, as if a small, sharp thorn of fear for some of those who had hurt Ciri had been removed. She did not know why. She clung to it anyway. Geralt, on a road that had forgotten being anything but ruts in frozen mud, heard a tavern tale about Dundare, about a girl on Sauvine, about throats cut with the efficiency of someone who had practiced. He listened, jaw tightening, and said nothing. He walked on, and in Periplot, where important things never happened, an old man watched a girl with a scar under her eye roll up a map she had drawn of places only she had seen. "Soon," she said. "Yes," I replied, "soon." The island of the swamp had shrunk to a stepping stone. Beyond it waited a lake, a chase, and a tower that had haunted elves and sorcerers and seers for longer than men had bothered to name their fears. Winter tightened its fingers around Periplot. The mist, which in autumn had merely sulked above the water, now clung to the marsh like a second skin. The reeds grew brittle, rattling when the wind passed through them. Ice formed in thin, deceitful films over the black pools, cracking under the weight of birds too stupid or hungry to avoid them. Inside the hut, my breath smoked in the mornings. I woke with my fingers stiff, and my heart beating in that uneven way that suggests it has begun to consider alternatives to its current employment. Ciri, on the other hand, grew sharper. The restlessness that had always hummed in her bones became more focused. After Sovine, something in her had moved from potential to decision. She no longer spoke of if she left, only of when. The days between the tavern and the tower were our last, though neither of us named them that at the time. We spent them like misers, pretending not to notice the dwindling coins. She trained, even when the snow bit at her face. Steps and strikes on the boardwalk, breath pluming in the cold. At first, the planks were slick, treacherous. She slid, cursed, fell once hard enough to bruise her hip. The next day, she adjusted, changing the angle of her stance, the length of her lunge. Adaptation had become as natural to her as breathing. I watched from my stool, wrapped in layers, staff across my knees. In another life, I might have been a fencing master in some noble's hall, shouting corrections. In this one, I saved my voice for when it mattered. Again, I said, when her wrist wobbled. "You sound like him," she muttered, straightening. "Geralt?" I asked. "Yes," she said, "only more annoying." "A compliment," I said. "I accept." At night, we talked less about the past and more about what lay ahead. Not about the tower directly at first. That remained a fixed point on the horizon of her mind, too bright to look at directly. We approached it obliquely, as one does with dangerous ideas. "Suppose," I said one evening, poking the fire, "that you reach this lake." "Tarn Mira. It is not a supposition," she said. "I will. Humour an old man who prefers the conditional," I replied. "Suppose you reach it. Hunters behind you, a tower before you. What then?" "I go in," she said. "And if it does not open?" I asked. "It will," she said. "Faith," I murmured. "Stubbornness," she corrected. "And if it opens," I tried again, "and what lies beyond is worse." She stared into the flames. "Worse than Bonhart?" she asked. "Worse than Skellen? Worse than Vilgefortz and his chains and readers in chairs? Worse than emperors who marry lies and elves who measure you like a breeding mare?" She shook her head. "I do not say it cannot be," she said. "The worlds are large. Misery is inventive. But if I stay here, I know exactly what waits. More nets, more cages. More people arguing over who gets to hold the leash. I prefer the unknown. The philosophy of explorers," I said, "and suicides." "Perhaps," she said, "but it is mine." My heart, unhelpfully, chose that moment to skip a beat. It jerked in my chest like a startled fish. I pressed my hand to my ribs and waited until it remembered its duties. "Are you all right?" she asked, noticing. "No," I said, "but I am accustomed to it." She frowned. "You cough more," she said. "At night? You wheeze when you climb the ladder. Your hands shake when you grind herbs. You pretend not to notice, but I do." "Sharp eyes," I said. "You would make an excellent diagnostician if you ever tired of swords." "I am serious," she insisted. "So am I said. "My heart is old. My lungs are tired. My bones complain. One day soon something will fail conclusively. This is not prophecy. It is arithmetic." She bit her lip. "Because of me," she said. "No," I said sharply. "Do not flatter yourself. I began dying before your grandparents considered misbehaving. At most, you have accelerated the schedule slightly by making me worry." That coaxed a smile out of her. You worry, she said. I thought you just observed and made sarcastic comments. It is a common mistake, I said. I cultivate it deliberately. It frightens people less than the idea that I might actually care. She shifted on the pallet, drawing the blanket tighter. What will you do when I leave? She asked. Die, probably, I said. There was a silence. You could come, she said abruptly. Where? I asked, genuinely curious. With me, she said, to Tarn Mira, to the tower, or at least part of the way. You could ride Kelpie. She is strong. I could walk, or we could find another horse. You could, she trailed off, hearing the absurdity even as she spoke. I do not ride, I said. Horses dislike me. They can smell how often I have written unflattering comparisons about them. You could sit in a cart, she persisted. I could steal one. And we would trundle serenely into the middle of a hunt by Nilfgaard's foremost professional killers, a renegade sorcerer, a band of zealots, and a few millennia of elven resentment? I asked. Charming. I am old, not suicidal. Her shoulders slumped. I do not like the idea of leaving you here, she said. They will come. Skellen, Bonhart, Rience. If they find the hut, they will kill me, I finished. Or they will find I have done the job conveniently myself. Either way, the outcome is similar. You speak of it as if you were discussing the weather, she snapped. What else should I do? I asked. Beg you to stay? That would be real cruelty. To you and to me, I have had my life. A messy, unsatisfactory one, but mine. Yours is still being forged. You owe me nothing. I owe you my life, she said fiercely. You owe me the satisfaction of having not wasted my last years entirely, I said. That is all. You have paid that debt already, several times over, by listening to my rambling and occasionally laughing at my jokes. She turned her face away. I do not want to walk out and imagine them coming here, she whispered. Imagine you, alone. You were alone before you came, I said, in far worse places. Do not rob me of my swamp's small dignity by implying it is worse than an arena. She made a strangled noise that might have been a laugh if it had not been so close to a sob. Listen, I said more gently. This is the bargain life has offered us. You cannot change my age any more than I can change your blood. You can, however, choose not to let concern for an old hermit stop you from leaving a world intent on grinding you to pieces. If you stay to protect me, I will never forgive you. From beyond the grave, if necessary. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand, ungraceful as any child. You would haunt me? She asked. Relentlessly, I said. In every pond and puddle, you would look down and see my face in the mud, raising an eyebrow. She snorted. Fine, she said. I am adequately threatened. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the wind. Promise me something, she said at last. Depending on the something, I replied. Do not tell them anything, she said. If they come, Skellen, Bonhart, anyone. Do not tell them where I went, even if they hurt you. Child, I said, almost amused. If they hurt me, I will die, quickly. That is the one advantage of age. You become a poor target for extended interrogations. Bodies this worn tear easily. She did not smile. Promise, she repeated. I promise, I said. Swear, she insisted. I swear, I said, by all the footnotes I never finished. She seemed to accept that as solemn. In the days that followed, preparations became more deliberate. She cut her hair again, shorter, more practical. Ash-blonde strands fell to the floor like shed skin. Without the framing softness, her face looked sharper, the scar more striking. She did not flinch when she saw herself reflected in the water bucket. "More inconvenient to grab," she said. "Vanity takes many forms," I remarked. She gathered what provisions we could spare. Dried fish, hard cheese, a small pouch of herbs that could be brewed into something resembling tea. She oiled her sword and checked the stitching on her boots. She tried and failed to persuade me to take a larger share of the remaining food. "I am not the one who intends to outrun professional killers," I said. "I will be moving from stool to pallet. My caloric needs are modest." "You are infuriating," she said. "It is my last great talent," I said. Once I woke in the night to find her standing in the doorway, looking out at the marsh. The air was so cold it made my teeth ache just to breathe. Her bare feet must have been numb on the boards. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Listening," she said. "To what?" I inquired. "To see if it will miss me," she said. "The swamp?" I asked. "Yes," she said. "And you? And the frogs?" "Frogs rarely miss anyone," I said. "They live very much in the present. Eat mate, avoid snakes. An admirable philosophy. And you?" She asked without turning. "I will be bored," I said. "It is not the same as missing, but it is adjacent." She nodded as if that satisfied some internal requirement, and went back to bed. On the morning she left, there was no dramatic sunrise. The sky was a flat sheet of pale grey. The swamp looked like a painting done with dirty water. She dressed in layers: shirt, jerkin, cloak. The brand on her thigh, the scars on her back, the old wounds on her arms vanished under cloth and leather. Only the line on her face remained visible, an honest map of where she had been. "What should I call you at the end?" I asked as she adjusted her belt. She paused. "Ciri," she said. "That is what he calls me." "Geralt," I said. "Yes," she replied, "and Yen." Then, "Ciri it is," I said. "Go, Ciri." She looked at me, eyes very green in the washed-out light. "Say something wise," she demanded suddenly. "You are supposed to. Old men in huts. It is practically your job." I considered. "Do not let your hatred of chains make you embrace emptiness," I said. "Do not confuse being unbound with being hollow. If you can, choose life, even when it disgusts you. And when you must kill, do it quickly." She made a face. "That is comforting," she said. "I am not here to comfort," I said, "only to irritate and occasionally clarify." She hesitated, then stepped forward and, very briefly, put her arms around me. It was an awkward embrace. My back protested. Her cheek pressed against my shoulder for a heartbeat. I felt the rapid thud of her heart, too fast, too alive. "Thank you," she said into my collar. "For what?" I asked. "For listening," she said. "For telling me I am a fool, and then helping me be one anyway." "You are welcome," I said. She pulled back, eyes bright, but whether from cold or something else, I did not ask. She kissed my forehead. It is not an action I had anticipated. It felt like a benediction and an apology. "Goodbye, Vysogota," she said. "Goodbye, Ciri," I said. She stepped out onto the boardwalk, mounted Kelpie in one smooth motion, and rode away along the narrow path between reeds. She did not look back. Sensible girl. I watched until the mist swallowed them. Only then did I sit down, very carefully, because my legs had decided they were no longer entirely dependable. My heart thudded erratically, as if trying to imitate a drum with a poor sense of rhythm. The hut felt larger without her, and emptier. Her absence sat in the corner like a new piece of furniture, occupying space without being useful. I went about my routines, fed the fire, checked the traps, ground herbs with fingers that shook a little more than usual. At one point, I caught myself setting an extra bowl and had to laugh, which turned into a cough, which turned into a pain that made me sit down again. Time, which had been swollen and crowded when she was here, thinned. Hours stretched. The marsh outside looked the same, but it sounded different. Or perhaps I simply listened more closely. I do not know how many days passed before they came. Not many. Skellen was efficient. I heard the horses first. Even in Periplut, some sounds carry differently. This was not the uneven splash of fishermen or the hesitant clop of a lost pilgrim. This was a group, disciplined, moving with the confidence of men who believe their wills are sufficient to bend landscapes. I stood eventually. My heart complained. My lungs wheezed. I took my staff more for dignity than for defence. There is only so much an old man can do against steel and youth. They emerged from the mist one by one, men in good armour, cloaks drawn tight, faces wary. They had the look of soldiers who do not like swamps, but like disobeying orders, even less. Behind them, a few others. One with lines around his mouth that spoke of cruelty meticulously exercised. Another with a familiar, hateful calm. Bonhart. He had come. Even at that distance, I recognized him from Ciri's description. The worn armour, the thinning hair, the medallions around his neck, the eyes like an accountant's. He studied the hut, the boardwalk, me. "This is it," one of Skellen's men said. "Matches the seer's description." They dismounted, boards creaking under their weight. One slipped slightly and cursed. The swamp does not care for boots. Skellen himself stepped forward, though at the time I did not know his name. He had that bureaucrat's neatness about him, even in mud. His cloak sat properly. His gloves were clean. "Vysogota of Corvo," he said. Hearing my name in his mouth was unpleasant. It sounded like the title of a file. "Yes," I said. "You sheltered a girl," he went on, "as you have sheltered others. This one, however, is of particular interest. We would like to speak to her." "She is not here," I said. "Where is she?" he asked. "I do not know," I said. He studied me, not unkindly, not kindly, as a problem. "You are old," he said. "Your heart is weak. I would prefer not to. Hurry it. Tell me where she went, and we will leave you in peace." "You mistake me," I said. "I have not had peace in many years. Why start now?" One of his men shifted impatiently. "We do not have time for this, Commander," he muttered. "Let me." Skellen raised a hand. "The girl is dangerous," he said to me, "to herself and others. She has enemies, so do we. She will not survive long alone. You cannot believe that by sending her away you have saved her." "I do not believe anything," I said. "Belief is for younger men. I know only this. Whatever you plan for her, it is worse than the world will do on its own." He sighed, as if dealing with a stubborn clerk. "Very well," he said. "You do not know, or you will not say." "Both," I said. "It is possible to be ignorant and obstinate at once. I recommend it." Bonhart spoke then for the first time. "She was here," he said. "I can smell the horse. And the girl. Fear, blood, anger." His voice was flat, not menacing. That made it worse. "She has gone," he added. "East." Skellen glanced at him, then at me. "Thank you," he said mildly. "You see, old man, your silence is irrelevant." "Story of my life," I said. He considered me. "She talked about you," he said. "Of course she did," I replied. "I am fascinating." His lips twitched. "Her fascination with hermits is another symptom of her instability," he said. "For what it is worth, I bear you no personal ill will. You are a footnote. Unfortunately, footnotes sometimes must be erased for clarity." He nodded to one of his men. The pain came suddenly, a band tightening around my chest. Whether it was the result of a blow I could not be certain, or simply the culmination of years of misuse. My heart stuttered, then faltered, then tried to climb out of my ribs. I fell, or sat down, very quickly. The boardwalk came up to meet me in a way I did not appreciate. Voices blurred, boots thudded past. The hut creaked as they pushed the door open, searched, overturned what little there was to overturn. Nothing. Someone said, "She is gone." "Then we follow," Skellen replied. "The lake, the tower." The words grew distant. Lying there, breath shallow, I looked up at the sky. It was the same pale grey as when she had left. A swallow darted overhead, startlingly out of season, then vanished into the mist. How poetic, I thought, somewhat disgusted with myself. Dying on my own doorstep, watching birds. I hoped, suddenly, fiercely, that she had already put enough distance between herself and my hut, that whatever they did here would not echo loud enough to reach her. The edges of the world grew dark. I did not, I think, die then. Or if I did, the state has been less permanent than advertised. What I know is this. When I woke, or surfaced, or remembered again, I was alone. The hut was half ruined. Shelves knocked askew, herbs scattered. My poor stool broken. They had not bothered to burn it. No need. Their quarry was elsewhere. I lay there a long time, listening to the marsh. Somewhere far away, on a lake I had never seen. Under a sky I had only imagined. A girl with a scar under her eye rode her grey mare onto ice while men shouted behind her. Somewhere else, in corridors of stone and glass, sorcerers argued, emperors frowned, elves traced frost lines. Here, an old man's heart grudgingly continued. I dragged myself inside eventually, sat among the wreckage, propped the door back on its hinges as best I could. The swamp resumed its breathing. My life, I realized, had reached its narrowing. Its last chapter. I had played my part, such as it was, a small shelter in the middle of a great storm, a witness. What remained was to see, as much as I could from my decaying perch, how the storm ended, and to tell it. That is why, when I speak now of Tarnmira and the Tower of the Swallow, I do so not as someone who stood on that ice, but as someone who listened closely to the girl who did, and who has had time, in the quiet, after everyone has gone, to ponder what any of us truly escaped. So, Tarn Mira. I was not there. My feet never left Periplot. My heart, however, took that road, dragging my old bones behind it in imagination. What I know comes from fragments, from fishermen with good ears, from soldiers with loose tongues, from sorcerers' whispers carried farther than their spells intended. But mostly I know it because stories have their own logic. A tale like hers could not end in a quiet death, in a swamp or a nameless ditch. It had been driven too hard, wound too tight. It needed a lake. It needed ice. It needed a tower. She rode east. The land changed as she went. Marsh gave way to bog, bog to hard, frozen ground. Trees grew sparse, then twisted, then disappeared entirely. The wind off the north began to taste not merely of winter, but of something sharper, as if the air itself had been honed on stone. Behind her, at first, only distance and memory. Then, later, hooves. Skellen's riders dark dots on a white horizon. Bonhart among them, medallions chiming. Others, too, hired blades who had never heard her name spoken with anything but contempt, who thought this was just another hunt. They would learn. She saw them when she glanced back from a low rise, a line of movement against the snow, ants marching toward a crumb they believed theirs by right. Ahead, the land dipped. Tarn Mira lay in a hollow between low hills, a plate of dull metal under a lid of grey sky. The ice was early and thin. The water beneath had not yet accepted its imprisonment and shifted restlessly, cracking here, groaning there. In the centre of that uneasy surface, like a nail driven into the world, stood the tower. It was not tall by the standards of castles. It had no flag, no crenellations, just a narrow dark shaft of stone, slightly leaning, as if trying to look at its own reflection. No windows, save one high slit near the top. No visible door. Ciri reined in on the shore. Her breath steamed. Kelpie's flanks trembled under her, hide dark with sweat despite the cold. Her own muscles shook with exhaustion and something like anticipation. It looked exactly as it had in my dreams, she told me later, only colder. Behind her, the hunters were closer. She could hear them now when the wind shifted, men shouting to one another, the rhythmic squeak of saddles, the jingle of harnesses, the sound of inevitability. She could have turned aside, skirted the lake, tried to lose them in the hills. That is what prudence would have advised. She nudged Kelpie onto the ice. "Of course you did," I muttered when I first heard that. She smiled then, telling it, a flash of the wild rat still in her. "It held," she said. "Under Kelpie's weight, under mine. It sang. That sound ice makes, like glass, remembering it was once water. I thought, if it cracks, we drown. If it holds, we reach the tower. Either way, something decides." The ice did not crack, not yet. They crossed, horse and girl, a small moving point on a wide, pale sheet. Above them, the sky pressed down. Around them, the world held its breath. Halfway, a shout rose from the shore behind. The hunters had reached the lake. Skellen, cautious as ever, reined in at the edge, gauging the risk. His men, less burdened by imagination, urged their horses forward. Bonhart went with them. Of course he did. Men like him trust their boots, their blades, their own weight more than they trust the world's warnings. "Falca!" someone shouted. Another voice called Cyrilla. The names chased her across the ice like thrown stones. She did not look back. Looking back is for those who enjoy seeing their deaths approach. Closer now, the tower. It seemed to grow not by drawing nearer, but by dragging the horizon down toward itself. The slit at the top was a black fingernail against the sky. She felt it then, not with her skin, but with that other sense she had never asked for. A pull, a resonance. As if something in the stone recognized something in her blood and began to hum. "It was like being called and pushed at once," she said, "and I had spent so long being dragged by other people's summons that I thought, why not answer one of my own?" The ice creaked louder. Small cracks spidered out from Kelpie's hooves. The mare snorted, ears flicking, but obeyed. Behind, the pursuers spread out instinctively, trying not to put too much weight in one place. Ciri felt them as a pressure at her back. Not just the men and horses, but their intent. A net of will cast toward her. She loosened her sword in its scabbard. Closer. The tower loomed, its base surrounded by a ring of darker, thicker ice, as if the water there had frozen long ago and had not quite accepted thawing since. No visible door still, just the unbroken line of stone. She swung down from the saddle when Kelpie's hooves slipped on a patch suddenly slicker than the rest. Her boots skidded. She caught herself with a hand on the mare's neck. Cold shot up through her soles. "Stay," she whispered. Kelpie tossed her head as if offended by the suggestion that she would do anything else. She walked the last dozen paces. The ice flexed under her, then held. Her breath came in sharp gasps. Every step was a negotiation between weight and trust. At the tower's base she stopped, laid a hand on the stone. It was bitterly cold, and yet pulsed faintly, as if it had a so alien heartbeat. For a moment she said, "I thought nothing would happen, that I had ridden all this way for a wall." Something clicked, not a sound exactly, a sensation somewhere inside her skull, like a lock tumbling. A hairline seam appeared in the stone before her, running from head height down to the ice. It widened without moving, simply becoming a gap where none had been. Beyond it, darkness. Not the darkness of an unlit room. The darkness of a space that has never known light and does not care to. She had no time to step through. Hooves thundered behind. Ice cracked. Someone shouted an order to hold. Someone else ignored it. A bolt whistled past her, so close she felt the wind of it. She turned. Bonhart was nearest. His horse's flanks were spotted with white where ice dust had stuck to sweat. His armour looked dull under the grey sky. The medallions at his throat swung as he shifted his weight. He smiled. It was a small, ugly thing. Finally, he said, if this were a different sort of story, they would have fenced, exchanged taunts, circled, given the audience a distant line of hunters, the tower, the indifferent Skyer show. But the ice had other ideas. It groaned loudly, a long tearing sound. A crack opened between Ciri and Bonhart. Not wide, not yet, but widening. Water frothed below, black and hungry. His horse reared, striking out at the air. He controlled it with a curse and a vicious jerk on the reins. His eyes never left her face. "You owe me," he said. "For the rats, for the arena, for not finishing you when I should have." "Come here," she laughed. It startled him. It startled her. "I owe you nothing," she said. "Not even a clean death." For an instant, she thought he would try to jump the crack. He measured the distance, the ice, the horse's trembling strength. He was many things. Foolish was not one of them. "We will meet again," he said instead. "Perhaps," she said, "if you can follow where I go." He frowned. Skellen shouted something from the shore, an order to withdraw, to regroup, to surround. His voice carried flatly over the lake. Ciri felt the pull at her back increase. The tower, the open seam. It was like standing between two magnets set to opposing poles, one dragging her toward obligation, the other toward escape. She made her choice. She stepped backward into the gap. Cold swallowed her, not of air, but of absence. For a heartbeat, she had no body, no scar, no breath. Only falling and motion and a sense of being, threaded through an eye too small to admit what she was. Then, abruptly, she was elsewhere. The first thing she noticed was the light. It was wrong, too sharp, too clear, with a hue that did not belong to any sun she had known. The sky overhead was not blue, but a pale, washed-out turquoise, streaked with whitish bands that moved too slowly to be clouds and too fast to be anything else. She lay on stone, smooth, warm, faintly humming. When she pushed herself up, her palms tingled. She was on another tower, not of black, leaning rock, but of pale, almost translucent stone, etched with patterns that made her eyes water if she looked too long. Far below, she saw forests that did not belong to her world trees with silver leaves and trunks tinged with violet. Rivers that glittered as if full of ground glass. Riders waited, not men, elves, not the ragged scoia'tael she had seen in northern woods. Starved and angry, but something older, taller, wrapped in armor that looked grown rather than forged. Their horses were lean, with narrow heads and eyes that knew too much. At their head, a figure she had met before once, in another doorway, in another tower. Avalach. He inclined his head as if she were late to a meeting she had agreed to long ago. "Child of the elder blood," he said. "Welcome." She spat on the stone between them. "I did not come for you," she said. "Perhaps not," he replied calmly. "But you came where I wished you to be. That is enough for now." He spoke then, in long, looping phrases, of Ithleen's prophecy, of the white frost creeping across worlds like mould in a loaf of bread, of his people, the NL, who had mastered slipping between spheres but had not yet mastered escaping the end that waited, of how her blood, properly guided, could open paths, close others, lead them to safety. "I am not your door," she said. "You are all doors," he answered softly, "for everyone. You always have been." He brought her to his city, one of them. They have several, I am told, because eternity is tedious without architecture. There, in halls of pale stone and faintly glowing glass, he set out his plans. A marriage, of course, to a king grown old and tired, whose seed he believed would mingle with hers to produce a child who might do what she had refused. Oberon. She met him, a figure out of an elven ballad worn at the edges, hands that still trembled with old power, eyes dulled by too many years of being revered and too few of being challenged. He looked at her as men have always looked at her in these stories, as a tool wrapped in flesh. She refused, not politely, not immediately. She tried at first to find some space between revulsion and acquiescence, to barter, to bargain, to see if there was a path that did not involve being reduced once more to womb and key. There was not. She refused anyway. Better the frost, she told him, than another cage. He did not understand. Men like that rarely do. They mistake refusal for madness. The details of how she escaped them would fill another long night. There was a unicorn, for instance, Ihwaraquax, a creature stubborn enough to match her, who had watched her in earlier crossings and decided she was worth the trouble. There were other worlds too, worlds she slipped through like a stone, skipped across water. A place of red sands and 3 moons, a place where dragons were not legends, but cattle. A place where metal towers scraped clouds and people moved faster than horses in wheeled boxes. She saw more than most scholars could dream of. She could have stayed in any of them. In some, she might even have found peace. She did not. Why? I asked when she told me that part. You had left them all. Emir, the Lodge, Vilgefortz, Avalark. You were beyond the reach of their maps. You could have rested. She looked at me as if I were particularly dense. Because they were still there, she said. Geralt, Yennefer, the ones who had tried, in their twisted ways, to keep me alive. Because as long as they were in that world, so was I, whether I walked its roads or not. Love, I said. Obligation, she corrected. Then, after a moment, added very quietly, yes, love. So she turned back. She found, through paths no druid could map and no sorcerer could control, the way to another tower. Tor Lara, the Tower of Gulls, the place where everything had once broken and tried to mend itself by tearing further. She stepped out of it into blood. Stigger Castle, Vilgefortz's lair, the end of that particular thread. Geralt was there, sword in hand, eyes more tired than any I had ever imagined on a man his age. Yennefer was there, chains on her wrists and fury in her spine. Others too, Regis, Angoulême, Cahir for a while. The battle there is a story of its own. Sorcerers falling like toppled statues. Flesh doing what flesh does when magic and steel argue over it. Vilgefortz, at last, learning that he was not the only one who could break things irrevocably. Ciri was not the centre of that fight. Not there. She was one blade among many, one will among several. For once, destiny took a step back and let messy human choices in a room decide the outcome. Vilgefortz died. That is the important part. Yennefer lived, for a time. Geralt too, for a time. Rience did not. He met his end with his face in water and his lungs full of it, which was more dignity than he deserved. Skellen lost an eye, and later more. Bonhata Bonhart. She killed him, not on a lake, not in a grand arena watched by thousands. In a town as forgettable as any other. A square. A moment when he finally misjudged her, thinking she would fight like the girl he had shaped. She did not. She fought like herself. He was surprised, she told me once, with a small, savage satisfaction. He died surprised. It was the least I could give him. So, Emir lost his true princess, and kept only the false, who became an embarrassment and then a problem to be discreetly removed. The lodge lost its project and then its structure, broken by the very kings it had sought to manage. Avallac'h retreated to his maps and his frost lines. Nursing his wounded control, the white frost continued to creep, slow and patient, across possibilities. Geralt and Yennefer, after Stigger, after other roads and other petty wars, found themselves in Rivia, a small town, mud, cheap ale, a pogrom, human stupidity at its purest. No prophecies there, no towers, no important names. Just people with pitchforks and fear, proving once again that you do not need destiny to create disaster. They died there, some say, cut down in the mud. The Witcher stabbed with a pitchfork like a common beast. The sorceress spent from trying to hold back a tide of hate with hands that had done too much already. Others say they did not die, not exactly, but were moved. Taken by Ciri, perhaps, in a last act of defiance against a world determined to chew them up. There are stories of an island, of an orchard, of a boat. I do not know which to believe. I was not there. I am only an old man in a swamp, listening to rumours and weighing which ones carry the taste of truth. This, however, I do know. Ciri lived, not as a queen, not as a bride, not as a key hanging at anyone's belt. For a time, she rode with a knight from another tale altogether, trading jests and blows with a man who spoke of lakes and ladies as if they were part of some older, quieter dream. For a time, she walked roads where no one knew her name. She might still be walking them. Do you think she will stop, you might ask? No, some people are rivers. They do not stop. They simply find new beds. When I sit now in my hut, what remains of it, and listen to the marsh, I sometimes think I hear very far off the faint clink of a sword hilt against a saddle, the soft snort of a mare with more sense than her rider. It is nonsense, of course. Echoes, memory. But then again, the world has proved willing to accommodate stranger things than an old man's stubborn belief that a girl he once sheltered under his leaking roof has not yet finished arguing with destiny. War loves masks. Life does not. It tears them away one by one until what is left is a face. Not of a princess or a witch or a chosen one, just of a person, scarred, tired, laughing sometimes despite herself, choosing again and again not to be what others have named her. That, in the end, is why I have told you all this. Not to make you tremble before prophecies or admire the cleverness of emperors, not to catalogue atrocities or marvel at magic. Others will do that. I wanted you to see her as I did, a half-dead rider falling into my marsh out of the fog. A girl lying on my pallet, feverish, muttering in 3 languages. A pair of green eyes watching me over the rim of a chipped cup, full of suspicion and something that might one day be trust. A scar catching the firelight as she frowned at my stories. A voice in the dark saying, I will not be their key. Destiny, prophecy, elder blood, white frost, these are big words. They make men feel important when they say them. But history, as far as I can tell, is made less by such words than by moments like that. By one person in one hut deciding quietly to step backward through a door, or to ride east, or to leave an old man alone in his swamp, rather than drag him onto a lake. So if one day the white frost does come, creeping over seas and cities, freezing banners and ballads alike, perhaps it will pause for a heartbeat when it reaches the tracks of one grey mare and think, "This one gave me trouble," and perhaps it will smile, and perhaps, somewhere beyond it, a girl with a sword and a scar will already have found another door. That is as much hope as an old heretic in a swamp requires. The rest is for you.